change their name.
So you'll have to put a message to them saying,
Hi. Can people hear me?
Hi.
Yes.
चित्रा मैम, मैं मुकेश बोल रहा हूँ। मुझे भी आपको होस्ट बना दीजिए, आपको डिसेबल हो गया था।
किसको?
मुझे अम्बेडकर यूनिवर्सिटी को भी ना को होस्ट बना दीजिए, वो आप शायद गलती से वो हट गया।
अच्छा, एक सेकेंड।
Misbah, do you want to change to the next slide so that we have this session information out there? We are coming close to getting started.
Pitambar, shall we start?
Shall we? There are about 25 participants now in the. Do you want to give a couple of more minutes? Just-
Okay.
So we can reduce the time with the opening remarks and then get started with the papers at 10.
That's fine.
Who is recording?
It's already recording.
Okay, it's already recording. We don't have to do anything. No?
Hello, good morning.
Hi, Jyotsna.
Hi. Just trying to figure out how I can make the screen work. Anyway.
Okay, Suchitra, did you give share screen options so that the presenters can share their presentations?
I think we have a share screen option already.
Nupur, are you able to share? Suppose if you want to do it,
Okay,
it allows you.
let's try.
Just
let's
try if it allows you. If it doesn't, then I think that.
Oh, I cannot
to
start
stop
share
sharing.
screen while another participant is sharing. So is somebody else someone is sharing their screen right
Yeah,
now
yeah.
to
Yes,
show
yes.
this.
Yes.
So
Now you can.
Okay, now you try, Nupur. Let's just try that, everybody, before we get started.
okay, all right. Yes.
Should I try?
Okay.
Yeah, Sangeeta.
There. Can you guys see?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can see. Great.
Okay, great. So that's it. I just have to say stop share and
Stop sharing. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's it.
Sangeeta, you
We
want to
can
try?
go back to.
Yeah.
Great. We can
Great.
see.
Can you see the full screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Not in full screen, but we can see the slides.
Okay, fine. I can put it on.
If you change it to full screen, Sangeeta, then we'll be able to see it in full screen.
Yeah.
And in slide mode. Yes, we can.
Right.
Is Tanya here? She's going second.
Yeah.
Hi, Tanya. You want to try sharing your screen to make sure that everything works well?
Yeah.
You see?
Not yet.
Ah,
Yes.
great.
Yes, we can.
Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Pa, you want to go back to your
Yeah.
session information? Okay, Suchitra, you want to get started?
You
Give
go. Okay.
No, please go ahead.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. It's great to actually get started with this conference for which we've all been preparing for this whole month. Thank you all to presenters who worked so hard in the middle of so many commitments to get your papers ready. And we're really looking forward to serious and lively discussions about this situation that we are all suddenly faced with. I know we've all been thinking about what online education and design could look like, but with the pandemic suddenly uh, kind of amongst us, all of a sudden, we've been forced to shift rather rapidly to another medium, which many of us feel is quite alien to design education, which we think of as hands-on, field-based, practice-based, prototyping-based education. And we thought, Pitambar and I, that it would be a good moment to just look back on the 2-3 months that we've struggled with this new medium, domesticated it in such some ways, and also begun to look at the advantages that the medium offers us, while being to some extent conflicted about this new medium and mode. So this conference is visualized as a sharing of experiences where everybody is welcome, and we were also intrigued to find a colleague from dental medicine program who wished to um, present here, because that too is a kind of practice based teaching and learning. And so we do have people from a kind of non-design background but who share the same concerns. So we hope that these kinds of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary perspectives would really enrich the way we think about our own discipline and the teaching learning process, which has a long history, but which is sort of poised to take another step in a brand new direction. So with those few sentences, I'd like to hand it over to Pitambar, who will be chairing this first session, which is basically on the theme of the virtual studio. So over to you, Pitambar.
Suchitra, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for your enthusiasm and then, presenting your papers, sharing your abstracts to begin with, immediately as soon as we announced this conference, and your willingness to come and share your experiences. As Suchitra has said, that we have a very modest ambition for this gathering. First thing, we said that this is a unique and a new novel experience that all of us have gone through, teaching design online, art and design or practice-based disciplines online. We said that let's bring people together and let's share the experiences. What has been the experience for last 4 to 5 months? And then are there any tips and various other possibilities that can be discussed here in that, so that we start forming a community. And at the same time, we also recognized that online education poses a tremendous amount of challenge, and we need to bring the major stakeholders in this education, that is the students. So right from the beginning, we really wanted this conversation to include the students as well. So we are really extremely pleased that so many students have come forward to share their experiences and to contribute to this. And we wanted to break that division between students and teachers here, and then instead say that we are all together, and then how we have had experiences and what do we do as we go forward. Having said that, I think that I just want to lay out simple guidelines for the session and then for the conference as well. Presenters, please limit your presentations to 12 minutes maximum. We have already posted all your papers and then videos on the website. I'm presuming that the people have already accessed and then read them. We haven't exercised any editorial control on the papers that you have submitted. We just looked at the formatting cursorily and then turned them into PDFs and then put them up. And we also have, as we've gone forward, I think Suchitra has written to everyone, we are planning on bringing out as a part of an, either as a part of an online journal, Unbound, which we publish from Shrishti, and subsequently, if possible, in a book form. So when we take those calls and take those decisions after the conference, and then at the time, obviously, we will be requesting more, more formal paper, and then we will bring in the editorial controls at that point of time. So we wanted to, knowing that this is going to be really taxing on everybody who is on this online conference, being in front of the screens for a very long time, we wanted to limit the interactions. So we have the sessions in the morning and then one session in the afternoon. So presenters, please limit yourself to 12 minutes maximum. And Misbah will, I don't know what sound that she has decided. She says that she's going to make a sound. Misbah, you want to try that so that everybody knows?
Yeah.
Please.
I'll do that. I'll just testing that.
Okay. That, when will you do that? 2 minutes before the end, isn't it?
Yep.
10 minutes have
Yeah.
passed. She will.
At 10 minutes.
Yes, she'll play that sound, and then you know that you have 2 minutes to conclude. Participants, that is those who are in audience who are listening to it, please mute your audio. If you wish to mute your video, it's fine, but keep it on so that the people who are speaking would be able to look at your faces. Send in your questions in chat or ask during the discussion that follows the pre-presentations. If you want to ask a question, raise your hand. There is a hand option, raise your hand option that is there. And then before you ask your question, make sure that you unmute your audio and video and then just introduce yourself, state your name and the institution. And then when you're asking a question, please be brief. Okay. Having said that, welcome again. And
one small formal announcement. While we imagine this to be an informal platform and interaction and event, I just wanted to say one sentence about thanking the Shrishti administration and the AUD administration for supporting us with many infrastructural support and generally enthusiasm and moral support. So just to make a formal thanks to both organizations for supporting this event.
Indeed. Okay. Okay. Ms. Bai, if you stop sharing, then Sangeeta is going to go first. We'll start sharing her screen and then we'll get ready to start.
The intimate revelations of online learners. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. The COVID pandemic perplexed the Indian subcontinent when the lockdown commenced. The dimensions and complexities of COVID-19 being a long-time or permanent resident were unknown to us all. As the head of the design school at Nirma University, students returning home en masse felt like everyone was running away with an imaginary Pied Piper. Lockdowns mounted pressure on us as to how we would conclude the academic learning promised to students and their families. Unfinished academic business was like the sword of Damocles hanging over our head. As April arrived, looming in front of was the admission process for the forthcoming academic year. Being part of a university, we sought permissions to conduct our academic tests online. The marketing and canvassing of programs, counseling and conducting of online situation tests, personal interviews commenced. We declared results as scheduled in the first week of May 2020. The tests were conducted successfully and we'd earned a feather in our cap. We commenced online classes for our senior batches. Faculties across board were hesitant, experts were outraged. How can you teach exhibition and display structures online? I teach the entire course in the workshop, not even a studio, said an animation expert. Animation is taught in a studio environment with visit to locations to draw on inspiration and build illustration skills. My multiple calls to convince him that this will be the norm for the coming seasons finally drew a positive response. That was a unique first, an experiment in teaching a creative design project online. 16 students, 2 faculties, sitting at 18 different locations made Masa, the fish story, working in symphonic harmony to storyboard, draw, animate, and edit the film with music and commentary. Technology certainly was the catalyst, as was the spirit to do. The design of simple mechanical device, materials and processes, environmental graphics, all subsequently were conducted online. As academics, we thumped our chest and each other's backs in appreciation. With conviction, we commenced the teaching of the design foundation students now. The courses here were critical, skill, material, and demonstration based. We innovated content, materials, experimenting with various online platforms. How do you teach materials and workshop practice? We innovated getting modeling materials, bamboo skewers, ice cream sticks. Students made scaled down furniture models. We used dough, papier-mâché to teach molding, shaping, explored properties of these materials with processes to build structures. Theory classes were the most enjoyable, rich with discussion and participation and exchange of ideas. The success of online teaching was demonstrated in the online semester and juries, and it happened only because of the empathy of our students through the online learning. Senior students, though dissatisfied with the lack of working prototype, lauded us as frontline warriors. But for many of us, Akira Kurosawa's film Rashomon has amply demonstrated in the past that there are multiple truths to the same reality. It was time to explore the other truths. So along with my design foundation students, I offered a course with the aim that the students and I will write a joint paper for this conference. It was a course called Scenario Building. What follows is their story, the story of 9 students whose names I've shared with you earlier, who have completed their design foundations, completely authored by them. Diversified geographical locations, social environments, and personalities brought in distinctive parameters. The 9 researchers conducted a quantitative survey each to study these. The survey was sent out to a total of 238 students on the basis of unbiased selection. Respondents were 18 to 22 years of age, 70% female, 30% male. More than 50% belonged to Gujarat and remaining to the rest of India. 75% lived in nuclear families, 17% in joint families, and 8% lived either with a single parent or with families which had more than 10 members. The booming social lives of students on campus suddenly was now limited to family members only. Few students were comfortable in their home space, having tasted independence on the campus. The pandemic engaged them in household chores for around 2 to 4 hours, sometimes even more. Many spent time on Netflix, some went back to practicing their hobbies, some took up online classes before the formal classes began. Despite being technologically savvy, e-learning was new and the students were apprehensive. They found Virtual Studio very challenging as it opposed a barrier to express their ideas and thoughts effectively. Students use laptop and or smartphone to attend classes. 25% use only smartphone to even do the design work. On the whole, 20% of the students have to share devices. Google Meet for its features was most popular. And although the students were exposed to Zoom and Cisco WebEx, but yet most feel the need to have a design-centric app for virtual studio practices. Most students prefer studio-based learning. To have that design experience, most created their own studio space in their homes within limitation of storage area for requisite amount of stationery models and prototypes. A quarter of the students do not have designated workspaces, do not have their own rooms, and have had to explore every room of their house either because of bandwidth issues, busy circumstances of having the entire family at home, having to learn virtually and from morning to noon, and then to understand and complete the assignments. Today's students believe that sufficient and frequent breaks need to be provided while online classes are on. The situation affected relationships positively and negatively. Positively for students who needed a break from domestic frenzy, but living in compact spaces led to periodic disputes among the overworked family members. This changed their accommodating nature. Students' pattern of working, extensive working hours, and elaborate projects created issues in the families. Some parents even called me up. Some family members were amused too, getting to know what design students actually do. The endless pandemic brought negative feelings and performance crisis. Decreased confidence led to lack of interest in being productive and creative. Some had a positive outlook, saying it helped them set aside the negativity of the pandemic. Physical health improved with home-cooked food, parental care, and collateral motivation to exercise. Students, though keen to work, were stressed with the amount of work. And we all know that foundation brings in tremendous amount of work. Long discussions by teachers, tomes of work led to being cooped up in rooms in front of the screen and being sleep deprived. Student sitting capacity in front of a screen for a single session is around 1 to maximum 3 hours at a stretch. But with teachers, the session stretched to 3 to 5 hours, sometimes continuous with self-study and work hours that followed. Other circumstantial domestic disturbances challenged the capacity to absorb. Some students found it impossible to cope and felt exhausted. One of them said, "It's like we are living just for giving submissions." Vibrancy, aura of creativity and passion marks the design studio. Booming music, chatter, laughter, synergy of its dwellers, complaints from peers, and the mutual experiences they undergo make a design studio come alive on the campus. Everyone here is a learner, and apart from learning comes an emotional bonding too. Typically, students spend 10 to 15 hours with peers as hostelites. On a virtual platform, students remarked that the entire concept of peer learning suffered, resulting in a creative block. Virtual-based learning is a phase. It may work for other fields, but design education needs more tangible involvement, can't replace it, said a student. The healthy competition, though, is still intact over the screen. Many students also appreciate virtual platforms like Concept Board and Google Drive for its ability to retain work. This, they believe, should continue even after offline college resumes. I like the system of reviewing the work of many students as we get to hear the reviews and learn, unlike in a regular class where we are sitting in a corner and the faculty is giving feedback to an individual in another corner. Design pedagogy involves multi-skills. The theory-based courses went very efficiently, but 2/3 did not find material-based courses efficient enough. Students believe primarily the focus was on the final product instead of the process. Material availability was difficult for 80% amidst the pandemic. Students living on the outskirts of cities found availability a major constraint. Some resorted to alternate materials and were highly dissatisfied. The mess created was not acceptable in every household. Families were not open to the idea of the messy, artsy disposition of a design student. And industrial design students felt robbed of their studio and workshop experience. Group projects brought another set of issues: inability to reach group members, managing clashing opinions, and difficulty in keeping track of members' work. Courses involving visualization and deep understanding brought in a new scope of teaching: the use of 3D platforms to explain complicated forms and structures, serving as an element of interest. Beyond the curriculum, the student is shaped by many intangible and non-technical soft skills like effective communication. The less approachable became even more aloof and refrained from speaking up online. There was no proof of their presence, despite being informed to keep their audios and videos on. The most important aspect of empathy and exposure reduced over the distance. The chances to learn from life experiences and be exposed to the outside world got limited to what a screen offered. A student commented, "Is it right to conduct classes which require deep understanding of concept? Isn't it time for design education to become innovative?" The open learning environment of the studio engages student and faculty equally. Online classes changed this interaction. The cues of face-to-face communication, non-verbal body language, and expressions became unavailable. Shyness and ambivalence about self-disclosure. Students preferred to keep video off, turn it on only when asked to. Insecurities like social status, not being presentable have been factors. These and issues of Wi-Fi connectivity caused unequal participation for 75% of the students. I'm sorry about that. Feedback from faculty is crucial. Discussions and asking questions adds to the learning process. Many students believe that the support has remained intact. Students wish to resume mentor-mentee meetings. Helpful feedback, personalized approach, intellectually expansive discussions, or just showing support adds to the motivation. Online design education must become a warm and fun place where ideas are nurtured by collaboration. So what is the scenario ahead? The 3D printer will take its position next to the ubiquitous food processor, washing machine, computers in our homes, and video platforms are here to stay. Virtual and augmented reality will soon become a part of our daily life. But the issues arising due to the tyrannies of distance, socio-economic circumstances, and state of technology can be resolved only being mindful of the needs and requirements of each stakeholder. And we need to hear the other side or the many sides of the story. This time, maybe the design aspirant staying in poorer, remote destinations will hopefully benefit with online education. To conclude, universities and institutions, teachers and thinkers, learners and tinkerers all need to think anew. The new elephant is in the room and we need to perceive it holistically. Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you, Sangeeta. Yes,
yeah.
yes, indeed,
No
indeed.
worries.
I'm sorry. I mean, we're still getting used to it. Okay. So as I said before, that we will have the discussion question answer session. We have reserved about 35 minutes at the end of 3 presentations. So we'll go to next one, Tanya Kumar.
Hi. I'll
Tanya, are you able to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah. 1 minute.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Hi. My topic today is free thinking space. To see the future, I turn to the past. When did art begin? Why did art happen at all? What constitutes a good design? How does good design come to be? The answer to all such questions, the behind the scenes main player is the availability of free time. Time to be able to think freely, time free of thinking of feeding oneself, time free of worry of being violated, time freely passing by slowly in an idyllic setting. This is an ideal. Art started only when our basic needs were met of food and security. Not only then could we think of art. There wasn't any art previously done to be inspired by. There was no plagiarism, there was no copying. Creativity had to be on an all time high. So basically, we realized that one needs peace of mind, free of worries and responsibilities. And once religion started, the Sabbath day was introduced by Judaism and Christianity, which was a day to rest and recuperate. This weekly rest day had nothing to do with working very hard the rest of the day, physically hard or anything. Rather, it was a day of understanding that the mind, like the body, needed rest. It was a time to reflect. This idea was taken further and the sabbatical leave was formulated. The sabbatical leave was for study and or travel, wherein we realized that travel was synonymous with study and study with rejuvenation. It rejuvenates our minds and our brains. Sabbaticals were taken to discover one's calling by reconnecting to the self. Also, the children were given timeouts at times of misbehavior. They were asked to sit in a corner facing the wall, basically to calm down, to go inwards. Artists mostly create for themselves. Some designers do so too. These are the true reflections of the self. Commissioned work tends to restrict one and hold one back. It's not, when one thinks freely, one is ready there. We are at our creative best when we are free from worries of space and of time constraints of holding back. There are to be no restrictions. In the fast-paced, jam-packed schedules that we have managed to build around us, in which we are always following one schedule to the next, the one thing that we tend to forget scheduling in is to keep time for slowing down and just being ourselves. If we were to do so, it would be a quiet time, one in which we would be able to hear one's heart's desires and hopefully follow it too. Fewer distractions will lead to greater focus, giving us the vision to follow our passions and our dreams. Observing the world around us, seeing the world go by, helps us to be empathetic and to be able to design for the real world. The pandemic encouraged the virus reality that we must learn to live with instead of fighting and thinking of getting back to the normal. There is no going back. Going ahead is the only way, and this is how things are going to be. So, virtual online distance learning is here to stay. We might as well not only get used to it, but embrace it with all we've got. Only then will we be able to see its goodness, which is sometimes hidden away from sight, but it is still very much there. Limitations are in our minds. The moment we conquer our minds and tell it that everything is possible, it is possible. I do completely studio-based projects, and yet I'm positive. I'm a student once again. I do along with my students. We are all one. On MS Teams together mode, we sit as one. My second camera focusing on my hands, furiously working away, trying to keep up with all the questions, and also my own checklist of to-do demos. And like any good classroom, the students and me chatted away while we worked. The only difference being that all of us were close enough to participate. Yes, all 30 of us. As one of the students commented, this is more like a group therapy session. And yes, a group therapy session is what was the need of the hour. We have not seen each other physically. We are only behind these screens. And yet, as we understand that there is an intimacy there. Well, it's a short talk. So in totality, there is nothing new to be said. Things just have to be done. Let people's minds be free. If lockdown is the way it will be, then let there be lockdown. Let there be peace. Thank you. That's it from me.
Tanya, thank you very much. So we have the third presentation of the first session. Nupur,
Yeah, I'll just share my screen.
please.
Okay, view.
We can see that.
Yeah, okay. All right, so can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Am I audible? Yeah. So hello, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you to the organizers of this conference for offering me the opportunity to be part of this discussion and to present my thoughts on this shift from places to spaces. So today I'll be sharing some excerpts from my paper, which is titled Visual Learning Spaces Navigating the Chasm. So we have been interacting in the digital space through different digital media, communicating in numerous ways across a spectrum of local and global communities for a couple of decades now. Yet, from a professional, institutional, learner, facilitator perspective, this platform, although an integral part of everyday life, never really took center stage in these scenarios until the pandemic forced the lockdown in early 2020. So this lockdown situation necessitated new ways of facilitating learning, working, and collaborating online. At Srishti Manipal Institute of Art Design and Technology, the platform shifted from on-site to online overnight in response to the call for lockdown brought about in the light of the pandemic. Faculty, along with students, had various reactions to the online platform, ranging from doubt, uncertainty, hopelessness on one side, to hope, persistence, and resilience on the other. In some of the courses that I did, for instance, in packaging design, students took up the challenge to learn 3D softwares in order to present their work, or use materials that were available to them to then create their prototypes. Just to give a quick example. E-learning can find its roots in distance learning. The concept of distance learning is not new. It's been around for 180 years and can be traced back to 1840s, when Sir Isaac Pitman, an English educator and the inventor of the shorthand system, first designed a course in learning shorthand through correspondence, where he would share learning material with students via snail mail, as we know it today. Students would complete tasks and snail mail it back to him. The beginning of the 20th century until the 1960s, radios and television became mediums of instruction in correspondence courses. Post this, in the subsequent decades, the introduction to the computer and the internet changed the landscape of learning online. E-learning came into play in a ubiquitous way with the introduction of home computers in the 1980s. By the end of 1990s and early 2000s, the World Wide Web saw the rise in the increasing number of online courses that were being offered. 2002 saw MIT offering Open Courseware project that made available to the public its undergraduate and graduate course material online. Initially, online learning systems were developed to share information with students. Increasingly, the democratization of global access and availability of internet, it became possible to offer interactive educational experiences along with faster time of response and interaction with learners. Institutes, a lot of them from the US, created open access online to some of its coveted lectures and introduction to learning modules through and also introduction to learning modules through platforms like Coursera, Udemy, Skillshare. Numerous others helped make learning choices and options available to a much wider global audience. So, a personal experience with e-learning. Between 2012 to 2015, 20 years after I had completed my undergrad, and also I was for a short time a part of the MDes course at IIT IDC, which I dropped out of, I decided to go back to the learning space. It took me some time to locate a place that I wanted to do my MFA from. I was able to locate, apply, be accepted, and complete a postgrad program through the fully accredited intense e-learning program in MFA for graphic design with Savannah College of Art and Design in the US. Most of the participants in the program already had a full-time or part-time engagement in the professional sphere. And we engaged across different time zones, across different parts of the world. There were students from South America, students from China, I was from India, there were people from Europe, and in different parts of the US who were part of this course. The e-learning program combination comprising of liberal arts, ways of exploring, writing and design, combination of graphic design courses that included not only the traditional modes of design, but also incorporated contemporary pathways, perspectives, etc., had a positive impact and continues to help me shape my journey as a perpetual learner in design even today. My takeaway from this 2.5-year interaction proved to be absolutely invaluable, both from the perspective of my professional as well as pedagogical practice. And it was amazing to have the access to the course 24 hours, 24/7. Online learning convenience comes with easy access and availability, which in turn opens unique challenges of managing authentic resource material along with the means to prevent plagiarism. When working with students, by and large, the instinctive reaction when asked to do a research is to go to Google search or Wikipedia. But then how do you validate resources that are being taken from these sites? Of course, there are the scaffolding of citations like MLA and Chicago, etc., which is put in place for this. But on the other hand, online resources offer access to different media of references like documentary films, archival footage, articles, podcasts, and others through mediums like Vimeo, YouTube, blogs, podcasts, access to online museums, just to name a few. With the availability of easy access to this information, it also becomes our responsibility then to ensure that we address this issue of avoiding plagiarism. Online learning is no longer linear. It offers numerous possibilities to creatively work and collaborate collectively to discuss, ideate, and iterate peer and mentor sessions. Through collaborative platforms online like Scribbler, Collaborise Classroom, Twilda, Mural, Miro, to name a few, they mimic on-site engagement in the online platform. As it so happens with any disruptive innovation, since the time e-learning platforms emerged, opinions about them have largely hovered in the realm of skepticism. A few questions that emerged and keeps coming up were, can e-learning engagements be as meaningful as on-site learning? Also, are real working relationships with peers actually possible through e-learning? It's impossible to have a cup of chai together. You can watch each other having chai on the screen. How does one navigate learning, online learning, that essentially requires hands-on studio interactions. How does one measure the credibility and validity of this experience along with the learning, mentoring quality for an e-learning interaction? Does it hold in good stead for future professional and academic pursuits? While various solutions abound to address these questions, the idea of online learning is a continuous process of development and will likely see numerous iterations in its emerging evolutionary timeline. The inevitable inconvenient truth. Any such interaction always has an underbelly. While e-learning platforms offer the convenience of access to learning, there is always an unseen price of this convenience. It involves long hours of engagement online along with storage of data. In fact, just by reading this paper online or participating in the webinar for the presentation that we're having right now for about an hour, I alone am using energy that would take to keep a single LED light bulb on for 5 days. The carbon emission that we have with this interaction in the online medium is the same as the airline industry in 2019 before its shut down after the pandemic. This in turn creates a chain of reactions of untold consequences around the globe. While solutions to this need to be addressed, it would be prudent to consider the carbon footprint of online interactions for professional and pedagogical pursuits that have increased considerably due to the pandemic. Making educational choices available while offering options in ways of learning have become a seminal part of the learning mentoring discourse. Skepticism in routes that deviate from the norm abound and are rife with counter-arguments which will hopefully help in developing ways of learning that are inclusive, innovative, and experimental, qualities that are the very essence to develop enduring learning as a lifelong pursuit rather than as a phase that comes to an end with the procurement of a degree. As with any medium of engagement, framing opportunities for effective learning online experiences becomes crucial. These could be a mix of asynchronous and synchronous engagements that might include fostering a supportive community environment, setting the norms and parameters and goals of an outcome, including elements to enable individual as well as peer engagement, creating and providing access to a repository of relevant resources, creating effective, measurable, interactive learning engagements. And finally, when faced with constraints, we dip into our innate capacity to adapt and evolve. Lebanese-American scholar Nassim Taleb's concept of the anti-fragile offers us a possible direction to develop new perspectives in the area of virtual working and learning. The concept of anti-fragility describes systems that adapt and evolve in response to shock and disorder, as opposed to those that are resilient and robust, designed to return to the status quo. Every pivotal stage in history has always been met with resistance and has given rise to counter-resistance, which then goes on to become a movement of its own. Ideas and notions are constantly challenged and change with time. Everything is a matter of context. In 12th century Japan, books were deemed to be a dangerous distraction from the Buddhist practice of being mindfully present. During the Industrial Revolution, William Morris held on to his ideas to propagate his philosophy and practice of handmade goods. The 2020 pandemic necessitated a drastic shift to the web as a medium of professional and pedagogical practice. Our interaction with online learning is here to stay. Perhaps the post-pandemic period will see a rise of a more inclusive blend of online as well as on-site practice as part of mainstream functioning in both the professional and pedagogical sphere. As human beings, we like certainty. This is contradictory given how uncertain life is. Certainty gives us a sense of comfort and well-being, and yet we have been repeatedly challenged with uncertainties throughout history and within our own personal experiences. With time, patience, perseverance, and our limitless capacity to imagine and adapt, we will continue to discover and create new pathways to navigate our way through this chasm of uncertainty. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nupur. Okay, So as I open this up for discussion and questions, etc., I'll start. I mean, usually the first question is the most difficult one to ask. So I'll take the liberty of being a host and then ask this question. So I'm really fascinated by Sangeeta and Nupur, your titles of your papers. Sangeeta, you talk about the intimacy, and Nupur, you talk about chasm as these things. So intimacy is about the proximity and being together, and chasm is about separation. So is it possible, I mean, in terms of this, how do you bridge this gap between chasm and the intimacy? It's to both of you. You can take, whoever wants to go first.
Sangeeta, you can take the...
Okay, thank you. So, when I wrote the abstract, I hadn't involved the students, and I wrote it from my perspective. And when I was taking an online class with students, because you could see each one's face so clearly, you could see each line of their face so clearly, you could see their smile, the fact that they might have just woken up, and more importantly, the students at some level are also innocent. So I could actually see the bedroom or the drawing room they were sitting in. So I could also understand the kind of socio-cultural background they came from. And in the initial days of the lockdown, the students were so charged with having online classes because they just felt so like as though they were in prison. When the students started interacting on this writing of the paper together, I saw the other side. And I thought that I want to talk about intimate revelations, and therefore I mentioned Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon, because we think we are perceptive, but till we really put ourselves in the other person's shoes, you really don't know. And the second speaker, I'm very happy that she talked a lot about peace of mind, and Tanya spoke about it, because I'm just kind of, this last 3 weeks with the students has blown my mind, because here I am as the head of the school, ensuring that the curriculum is done, the syllabus is covered, everybody is there in class, everybody's video is there. I didn't understand what they were going through. The fact that there's one Wi-Fi at home, that there are 6 people sharing that Wi-Fi. These are things somehow I just, didn't, it just didn't kind of strike me. And I was very matter of fact of it that, why aren't students putting on the video? Is it that they are still sleeping, or they're having their breakfast in bed and in class? So to me, I thought that intimate revelations, because when people talk about this, in fact, there are certain points, because of brevity of time, I couldn't bring in. That another point I want to also raise, and which Nupur brought up in her presentation, is many of us teachers are not upgraded with time. Our skills are not upgraded with time. We are very wise. We have seen many Diwalis. We have great experience, great understanding. But technologically, many of us are very, very challenged. So often in classes, you ask the students to be your technology manager. So it's important for me that, this exercise of writing the paper has made everybody reveal themselves. We are removing our first skin, our second skin, to understand, what it takes to make online education successful. And I think online education is not just about pandemics, because I was just thinking while this presentation was going on that there are so many animals who go into hibernation in certain seasons. So they're completely cooped up in their hole, or in their cave, or on a tree, or wherever they are. And how do they keep their state of mind, their state of being, you know, intact, so that the next 6 months do your work with greater vigor. So, and therefore, I think that, it is about intimate revelations of each stakeholder, which will actually give us a picture of how we go ahead, because this pandemic is not going to end next month.
Great. Thank you. Nupur?
Yeah. So, Sangeeta, that was very insightful in the sense, you're very right that when we have these online sessions with students, you really get to see them up close and personal and be able to empathize with their situation. And that was also, I have to say, my experience when I had to be on the other side, not as a learner, but as a facilitator, working with students in this online medium, which they were navigating for them, not the first time, but in large portions and chunks every day, yes, for the first time. And of course, I also really found Tanya's presentation very interesting, where yes, it's so important. If you don't have that time to stand and stare, you just need that pause. And I think that in many ways, this time during the lockdown has allowed us exactly that. It's allowed us that time to take pause and reflect on a lot of the things, the way we've been working, or repositioning ourselves, redefining the way we work. And maybe like I feel that post-pandemic, it'll likely be a mix of, let's do a bit of this and let's do a bit of that. And it'll be a nice mix. Whereas before the pandemic, I could sense that there was a large avoidance to, especially from an art design perspective, there was a large avoidance to use the online medium. And my experience with the online medium came firsthand when I was very interested in going back to the learning space, but my personal situation at that point in time challenged me to find a solution where I could continue to be where I am, but yet have access to a program that I could do. And which is why I kind of saw it as a chasm, as a sort of like this distance that I was trying to cover, this distance between communicating with my peers during the MFA program that I did. And they were in different time zones. And, sort of when they reply, I'm not there. And, it's this entire sort of zigzag of communication that was happening. So that was very interesting for me. So I think when this entire topic of, when this web conference was first announced, I thought, gosh, this is exactly what, I have been sort of working with, both from the learning point of view as well as the facilitating point of view, now that we have moved into this strange time. So I think that's where I came from when I was saying, because even with my interaction with students, there was a lot of journeying that had to be done. That this is the way we are working now, and there were a lot of questions, doubts. There were even questions about what's the point of learning. That in itself became a question. So that's when I think we are always challenged repeatedly. I mean, we always like the sameness of things every day, the sun coming up, the sun going down, birds chirping, but it doesn't work like that. There's always this uncertainty, and we do need to kind of cross the chasm.
Thank you, Nupur. Suchitra, I'm not able to see the raised hands, but I can see Jatin's question, and then let me ask that, and then afterwards we can go. Suchitra, if you can see the raised hands, and then you can call the people who have raised their hands. Question from Jatin is that, considering that the curricula was meant to be delivered in person with institutional infrastructure support, does the shift to online education call for reimagining curricula?
May I answer
Yes,
this?
yes, Sangeeta, please.
So it's a very good question. And, when we are in a university structure, you have to go through a whole lot of a formal process to get a curriculum shifted. Like if you want to take a course from this semester to the next semester, but it is feasible. But about reimagining curricula, I think it is possible and we are doing it. I'll give you an example. Just yesterday we had a discussion. We are offering a course this semester to the first semester students of industrial design called Simple Product Design. And the workshops are not available to the students, so whether you're using metal, wood, plastics is not there. So we thought that why don't we look at materials which are at home? Why can't we innovate? I mean, there's so many products which are made with paper, so many products which are made with fibers, so many products which are made with fabric. So if you look at certain cultures, so I think in design, reimagining curricula is not difficult. It's very, very much possible, and I think each of the design schools must be doing this, because a dissatisfied student works against an institution. So it's very important that how you make learning complete. So absolutely, and I think teams are already reimagining curricula.
Okay.
Can I
Please, Nupur, go ahead.
so yes, of course there is a need for reimagining the curriculum, because at different levels, in fact, because I think also, the endeavor is to become like a continuous learner online, forever, even after you have finished your program, even after you have finished your courses. You remain a learner, but your tools keep changing. I mean, I still remember that, say for instance, I mean, this is something I've not mentioned in my paper, but in my undergraduate years, where everything was, I mean, late 1980s, we were still doing stuff by hand, even though computers had already come into various other parts of the globe. It was yet to, kind of make its way into India. And everything, all the courses were being, we created posters by hand. We were using airbrush tools and things like that. And then suddenly, early 1992, by the time I graduated and came into the workforce, everything shifted. Like we had the web came in. There was suddenly this whole new thing of, so the larger endeavor is to be a constant learner. So while curriculum is changed and tools are provided for that process, it's also with, I mean, the intent should be to keep that curiosity alive, keep your skills updated, and, be willing to change with every decade, the challenge that every new decade poses.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Nupur.
May I add something?
Yes, please, Tanya. Sorry. Yes.
No. So yes, Nupur, I agree completely. And when we are thinking about how do we take forward the curriculum, I think that right now what we are doing is that we are only digitizing a hands-on curriculum. We are not rethinking, reimagining the curriculum as a digital curriculum, because that I think is really something that we need to spend our time and our efforts towards. Exactly what we are saying, Nupur, that every decade brings its own challenges and we need to reimagine everything. And right now the pandemic has put that on our heads, and yet we have restarted this semester with just the same. We're just digitizing whatever we had. We really need to put time and effort into redoing the whole thing and reimagining it for the online world now.
Yeah.
Don't know, as the pandemic is here to stay for all.
Yeah. Yes, true.
Thank you, Tanya. Any questions from others? Please just switch on your audio and video. And
yeah, we can't see the raised hand function, so please just go ahead. Somehow, I don't know.
that's true. Even I'm not able to see Suchitra.
So I would just request everybody to kind of put on their videos and ask their questions. I had a small,
Yeah.
not question, but I wanted to tell Nupur that I had never thought of the ecological footprint of online education. And
Yeah.
suddenly I thought, good God, this is something also to be thinking about, because I was so overwhelmed with getting this curriculum online and, doing the best we can, and, all of that, that
Yes.
the larger implications of what this could mean was sort of, you highlighted it
Yeah.
to me. So thanks for pointing that out. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So Nupur, I had another one. I just had a comment on what you were talking about, lifetime learning, you know, lifetime learning, and then is the need for to be constantly upgrading one's skills and knowledge and
Yeah.
capabilities, etc.
Yes.
But wouldn't it also be true if there was not online learning?
Yes, of course it would be true. But the thing is, the online learning is just a medium. I think, it's a medium which should not, I mean, in some respects, yes, it does drive the way we interact, but it shouldn't determine the way we facilitate the learning interaction. We need to sort of, that's why, and that's exactly what Tanya said, that it should not be a translation of, it's like how e-learning was in the 1980s. It was just providing information to students. But now with the decades of interaction on the computer and on our different devices and then across different platforms that we are interacting with, it's become more about how do we collaborate. It doesn't matter if we are not in the same country, in the same state, or in the same area, in the same city. The idea is how do we make the online medium work for us rather than let the challenges of the online medium become a wall. That's the kind of design thinking we need to apply ourselves to. How do we make the medium work for us?
Sangeeta?
Yeah. So one thing that I've also realized with the online learning, yesterday when I was having a session with the students, I just want to share that first of all, at Nirma University, we are all working from the campus since last 2.5 months. In fact, I've been working here since middle of April itself. For us, it's mandatory to come to the campus and work. Uh, so one of the students and many of the faculty members are also worried about coming to the campus and working. But the students told me, you're so lucky to go out of the house. And, she said it with such seriousness and sadness that I realized one thing, that somehow increasingly, I think the pandemic has brought a lot of issues about mental health. Even if you're staying at home, there is loneliness, there's isolation, you're not able to socialize. Just going out on the street, like I tell myself, I'm looking for the day when I'll just walk down the street unabashedly. And for the young people, this is very crucial, because the growing years are the time you want to be out on the streets. And somehow I think, like at the university, they talk a lot about value education, in the sense they want to bring into the curriculum yoga and all kind of things which bring peace of mind or community interaction. And I think the online education has only focused on professional education. We haven't looked at the person, we haven't looked at the human being. And that is a message I'm getting from the foundation students. The senior students maybe don't need it so much, but the young students, the students of first and second year, they need a lot of hand holding. And maybe we need to look at also how we build human beings, not just, design has that aspect, because since design looks at human centeredness, it looks at empathy, but at an at a individual level, the person needs to be happy. And I think a lot of people are unhappy at the moment. And we, as teachers, we need to address this.
On that note, Sangeeta, I think that it's a good segue into a question that has come in the chat from Sakshi Srivastava. And then she's asking that due to this shift in the medium of teaching and learning, do you think the quality of education is being compromised? So it's to all three of you. So
can I jump in?
yes, please.
So Sakshi, this is a very good question. And I think this is, I think each one of us, whether we are learners or whether we are facilitators, we do bring in our personalities into any interaction that we have. And the thing is that so I'm answering it from my personal perspective and saying that no, quality of education does not have to be compromised. In fact, the online learning and facilitation of courses, it requires many more hours from the facilitator. It requires many more hours of specific, there's a very distinct need to share a set of specific resources or share specific ideas and other things to facilitate the course. So for, just to design that, the facilitator actually ends up spending more time with an online interaction, especially, say for instance, if feedback has to be given. Suppose you guys are asked to give, feedback to each other, and maybe it's not necessarily a live feedback session. Maybe it's a session where we say, okay, you guys share your work, and then in your time, you'll share written feedback to each other, but it needs to be constructive. Now, I, as a faculty, need to go over that feedback to see, are you just saying, oh, it's, oh, my friend's work is so nice. I need to then intervene and say, hey, it needs to be the kind of feedback that will help your peer move ahead in their work, not just saying, oh, it's nice, because, you don't want to say anything bad, or you don't want to criticize, you don't want to be critical about the work. So I think in many respects, as a facilitator, there is a lot more work that goes into making the education more relevant and engaging. So there is no need for the quality of education to be compromised. In fact, it opens up a lot of avenues, if you ask me.
Okay, thank you. Tanya, would you want to jump in here? Because earlier you said that you need to rethink, curriculum, keeping the digital as the center
Yes.
of design. So might be a good idea to talk about the quality. Do you think that the quality will be compromised, or?
Yeah, Nupur summed it up that absolutely not. In fact, we do put in far more number of hours, and on top of it, I feel that there are, in any batch, there are always a few students who are hiding away. But on this digital platform, they are unable to hide away. They're face to face, and they're literally in your face, and they have to show their work. Everything is right there. So I feel it is talking about it being compromised. On the contrary, it's very well taken forward. And the only places where I feel that we can say that it might be compromised, those are the spaces. Then again, the whole thing that the entire platform needs to be relooked at right now, because we are only digitizing what we've done. So we are only thinking that, oh, that part we had done on the machine, now what do we do? So instead of raising these questions, it should be that we have already built up the curriculum in such a way that there is, we have integrated our reality into it. So yeah, that's it for me.
Sangeeta, what?
So it's a very good question, and sometimes it throws the ball in the teacher's court, actually, because how are we evaluating the students' work? Are we evaluating with the slickness of the final product, or we are looking at this period as conceptual work? So, because some students don't have access to material, don't have access to tools, may not have access to digital skills like some students have. And therefore, teachers will have to become very, very conscious that when we are evaluating students' work and giving feedback, because a pandemic or a situation like this is the time for a paradigm shift in the way we behave, the kind of attitudes we have, and the way we look at our own world. So I feel that we should use this time to get more conceptual, more thinking ahead, than just be caught up with skills and how finished your product is what should define quality of work.
Sangeeta, there is a question that is directed to you specifically, which says that from Suchitra, can you say more about what a design-centric app or platform could look like?
I knew this question was going to come. Even I don't know. But I think what the students mentioned, because they looked at multiple platforms. So there are certain platforms that allow for simultaneous viewing of things. There are certain platforms, uh, you know, also for students, I think, who have only the smartphone as their, many students have the smartphone, and many students also complained about that a lot of the design apps or the video platforms consume a lot of the data. So the app will need to look at the physicality of consumption. We'll have to look at the facilities or services that app gives to a student to do multiple things. So from drawing to, uh, you know, uh, 3D visualizations to various things, because young students, for example, who are in their first and second year, their access to softwares is also kind of limited. So a lot of the students were saying that the current platforms and current apps have their own limitations, but it's an area that needs work and thinking.
Okay, is Nupur or Tanya want to say something on that, on the design-centric app or a platform?
So there are a number of apps that have emerged during this time, things like Miro, Mural, to name a few, and which allow for multiple users to collaborate and share ideas. And I'm sure that there are a number of other apps in that same family with which you can creatively, it mimics the the sessions that, say you conceptual or ideation sessions that we have with students on site. So, you are able to share ideas, shift things around and make connections and do a bunch of things. So I think the challenge is essentially that we as facilitators have to be sort of up to date and equipped with what are these tools that are available, and make these tools work for us so that we are able to offer a more layered experience to the learners. And also it's leading from the front. It's also giving them a message saying that we too can adapt, so therefore you can too. And I think it's a very positive message to, I know that the question is about specific design-centric app, and I've moved, but it's not just about the app, it's also about the attitude. So if there is a shift in attitude from us, and we are able to transfer that shift of attitude to the learners, that process of transference itself has a massive impact on how they will become, then hopefully lifelong learners and will not be phased by any change or, that maybe crops up again 10 years later.
Thank you, Nupur. As you're talking about the change in attitude and then at the same time using the tools, there is another question that comes up in terms of this, again, from Suchitra, which is talking about what kind of support system, technological, but more importantly, emotional and moral, do teachers need to meet this new situation? Because one of the challenges has been that this, as you had said, Nupur, and then, Sangeeta also said about it, saying that there has been a sudden shift, isn't it? Because of the pandemic hit, and then everybody has to go online. And there was hardly any time for transition. So people had to figure out and then invent things on the fly and try to make do with whatever they knew, whatever they could learn quickly, and whatever was available. So in this process, so what kind of a support do you think, from your own experience of both, teaching as teachers and then as well as getting the feedback from the students, what kind of an emotional and moral support would be necessary for teachers, and then I presume for students as well?
I think maybe Tanya or Sangeeta may wish to answer.
So, as I mentioned, a lot of teachers need to get more familiar with the online tools and apps which are available, so that you could your teaching could get facilitated by that process. So what happens is, at the moment, different teachers have different skill sets, also different skill sets to use certain kind of software. So there is an urgent need for it's especially for design teachers to get exposed to more and more uh, of these. Sometimes you need to learn this yourself, but in a typical situation, we just don't have time. You're so bogged down. So the university or at an institutional level, you need to create time for people to, and in fact, it raises an important thing that uh, you know uh, all academic institutions give time to teachers to upgrade themselves, but we upgrade ourselves only often in a scholastic domain. But as information technology being the is going to be the front runner in the coming years, it's going to be important for us to understand all the new technologies which are there, because they, after all, are tools which will facilitate or make our teaching processes efficient. That is one. And so in terms of emotional and moral support, uh, I think Suchitra's question is specifically emotional and moral support to the teachers. Am I right, Suchitra?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
also thinking many of us are caring for elderly parents. We
Yes.
are afraid of comorbidity. Our own mental health is, see, so the pandemic is not only for other people, so we are teaching, learning, dealing with uncertainty, as Nupur mentioned, or as Tanya, we have to take care of ourselves, but our institutions are so demanding.
Yes.
Our students are so demanding that there's no time to take care of ourselves in terms of this kind of every day you're hearing horrific news. And so there is a emotional impact on the teacher also. The teacher is not some kind of whole person. She never was, but I'm just saying that the kind of put together persona that we have in the classroom has also been kind of uh, sort of, there's a little bit of an earthquake there. And I'm wondering whether organizations, universities are really empathetic or are just demanding, more and more. And
I think they are demanding, because at the end of the day, as they say in Gujarati, rupiyo bole che. So it's a catch-22 situation. But I think Jatin's question of reimagining curriculum is curricula is very, very interesting, because can home-based work be brought into design education? Meaning, can you do cooking and designing of vessels? Can you, so that, while, so some part of the learning and teaching also becomes part of the new shared experience or the new shared task that everybody is going through. And I don't think any of us, just one second, I don't think any of us are really reimagining the curriculum upside down. And really, the time has come to do it upside down. And, especially for people like us who are in a very conventional university, some things we'll have to do chupke chupke and, uh, and
I will
make
just
it
point
happen.
out that the chasm is also between the home and the classroom, you know. So both of you alluded to the home and the classroom becoming a single space in which that kind of division between a free life on the campus and a there are many opposing or oppositionalities which need to be integrated. A lot of the kind of onus I feel is on the teacher, you know, so the teacher becomes quite a key kind of central figure in swinging this whole thing and making it happen. Anyway, so we're reaching the end of the session, Pitambar. So
That's true. We have just a couple of minutes more.
May I just quickly add something?
Sure, yeah, please.
So, Sangeeta, so one of the first vessels which we would have to design is a pressure cooker that does not let out such a loud noise. Realization when I started the online classes, damn, I have to finish the I have to go off before. So, and as far as emotional, Sangeeta, another thing you talked about was intimate revelations. Intimate revelations not only about the students to us, but also about us to the students, because it made when we are in a team meeting, all of a sudden we see our colleagues' homes, and that's not something that a lot of our colleagues are comfortable with. Some of the kids are running around and they're like, all right, just give me some time. It took us quite some time to settle into that space, and yet the other day I had to take a class with my older batch just as a patch up, just catching up and helping them settle down. And they were like, oh, what's that on your wall? And things that I had not realized, what's that on your table? I'm like, Arey, what are you guys seeing? It's not, it was for me, and it just makes you more conscious about everything. Because it was my older batch, they knew me, so they were asking these questions, which my newer batch was not asking, because we were on a more formal term at present. So this question about emotional and moral support, definitely to the teachers too. We all need that space. So thanks.
Okay,
yes,
so
sorry,
Nupur. I mean, I just have a minute, and then if you can, like 15 seconds, if you want to comment, because I've got a couple of
my comment is very short.
Yes.
So when this whole digital platform came about, and I also practice professionally. I have client work on, that keeps me engaged on another side. So clients expected us to be available 24/7 because suddenly, they had access to us through various mediums. I think we are experiencing that same thing even in this facilitation space now. So after a point, after this initial phase or this initial, sort of bridge that we cross, there will need to be some sort of work-life balance which we need to strike with the amount of time we can humanly make ourselves available without having a nervous breakdown. So I think there are a lot of commonalities between what we would long ago refer to as freelance work and what we are doing right now, because the digital space allows us to fix calls at any time. Call at 6 o'clock in the evening and say, we are all getting on a Zoom call. I can't say I have to go somewhere because I'm there. So there needs to be some time framework that needs to be factored in so that everyone gets time to recoup, refresh, and what you were saying, Tanya, have time to just think.
Okay, there are 3 comments. I mean, we are out of time and then we break for 15 minutes and come back at 11:30. But before we leave, there are 3 comments I just want to play out. Jatin says that the whistle that Tanya was talking about, the pressure cooker whistle, is the one that allows the person to be away, attending to the other work, in sense that it is the domesticity is calling to do that. And Prashant Kakat, he says, I think the pedagogy cannot be the same as what the practice has been in the past from the teaching side. Just a comment.
Yes.
And Samriddhi says, being a student, I feel that getting feedback is of utmost importance. I would like to know the presenter's thoughts if the evaluating system should be looked at too, considering the change. Indeed, I think that it's something that need to be taken up. Because, and Jatin, again, before the pandemic, it seemed that the younger generation had what I call screen obsession. Now they feel the pressure of it. I think that's
a good one.
I know, indeed. I think it's due there. And then I just want to make a 10-second comment in terms of discussions that have come up. Firstly, thank you very much to 3 of you, Sangeeta, Nupur, and Tanya, for such a fantastic beginning. And then I hope that this auspiciousness continues for the rest of the discussion, the rest of the sessions. And then, so when we are talking about, you see, this poses a tremendous amount of a challenge, as that is, there is a blurring of the spaces that is taking place. You know, when you have to traverse through physically spaces, they have been demarcated so that you could move from the domestic to the workspace to the other spaces, etc. So now what it's saying that everything is getting compressed, and then everybody is in a single space, and then from there we'll have to negotiate now mentally through these spaces. Different kinds of spaces. And then this has an implications in terms of, because the modern self and the subjectivity were based on the separation of spaces. That's how we're constructed. So it has a much deeper challenges. But I'm sure that over the next 3 days in the other sessions that we can pick up these things and do it. Thank you once again. And thanks to everyone. So we'll meet back in 12 minutes at 11:30. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
అమ్మో మీ అంత ఫ్యామిలీకి ఏకాని వాసుదేవ్ ఫ్యామిలీకి ఏకాని అంత
Just a quick check. Abhirami, Ayush, and Adrik, shall we just have a quick check of your presentations?
Sure.
Just for a second, if you put up your slides, Abhirami, we could just check that things are going well. I'm pronouncing your name correctly, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Is it visible?
Yes, good. Yeah, so maybe you could just unshare for the moment. We'll just
Sure.
check with Ayush and Ayush, you want to put your slides on, or Adrik, one of you, just to check?
Should I go forward?
Yes, just do share your screen and put your, you see at the bottom?
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yeah, right, it's come on. So you'll have to just do the full screen later. So all
Okay.
good, all good. Ayush?
All good?
Yes, all good.
Yeah.
Ayush, are you here? Is Ayush here?
Suchitra, I thought that I saw him.
I thought I saw him too.
Yeah.
Snehlata Alfonso, is that Ayush? I mean, they share the same surname, so.
Okay. No, not yet.
Shall we wait a minute before we start the session?
Yes, let's just wait for 1 minute and then get started.
Yeah. Ayush, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Can you put up your slide just for a second, just to see
Yes,
everything?
yes.
And then we'll start the session.
Visible?
Not yet.
Okay. Good.
Yes, we can.
It's on. So, okay. Shall we start?
Yes, let's start.
Yeah, okay. So welcome back, everybody. We had a session in the morning, the last session, which was presented by teachers of design. And we are following up now with a session which is wholly presented by students. And we will hear from them what it was like to be at the receiving end of online education. And the three students are Abhirami, Ayush, and Adrik, all from the National Institute of Design. Maybe just before you start, you could clarify you're a undergraduate student or a postgraduate student, and in case so the audience would like to see whether that makes something of a difference to the experience of students. So Abhirami, please, would you like to start?
Sure. Is my screen visible?
Full screen mode, please.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Abhirami Suresh, and I'm an undergraduate student of exhibition design at NID Ahmedabad. This project that I will be taking you through is actually part of my graduation project titled White Lines Collective, about student experiences of mental health in higher educational institutions, colleges, universities, and young adults. So, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020, students were forced to move home. The circumstances were quite unprecedented, and that has taken a huge toll on our mental health, causing feelings of anxiety, depression, grief, as well as a huge sense of anxiety over the uncertainty of the situation as well. So, as expected, this did take a huge toll on my project as well. And now my project is focusing solely on documenting the student narratives and experiences of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as creating digital avenues for students to come together to collectively cope. So I now ask the questions: what are the various mental health challenges that the pandemic poses for these individuals? What are the various types of responses that have emerged? What are individualistic and collective experiences? And what are the various ways that we are experiencing the pandemic in a similar, different way from another? And using digital tools, how can we create online interactions and digital experiences to establish social connectedness with students around the world to help them collectively cope? A very contextual problem that I face is that I don't live in India. I live in Dubai, UAE. And with the onset of the pandemic in March, I was forced to move back home myself. And this posed various challenges, such as working across digital platforms, moving my work remotely, as well as time and working across time zones. So reflecting from my personal experiences, I wanted to look at how students who are currently stuck in their country of temporary study, so such as students such as exchange students or international students, how they were experiencing the pandemic because they are now doubly distant from their homes. And so I created this project called Temporary Homes, which looks at authentically capturing and documenting narratives of life as a student stranded in another country during this COVID-19 pandemic. The purpose is that these students are doubly distant. They are not only away from their home countries and family, but also their universities, whether in that country or in their home country. So these students are facing a sense of loss and struggling with loss, loneliness, isolation, and feelings of anxiety, as well as a huge sense of uncertainty that they don't know when they would be able to return back to their homes. The pandemic has taken a huge toll on their sort of life plans, so many milestones that they thought that they would be crossing with this experience abroad. So presenting myself as a researcher and facilitator of this documentation, the aim of the project is twofold. It first looks at capturing the exchange/international student life through two activities, that's video calls and a visual journal, as well as helping these students connect with others through stories of similar experiences. So this project looks at three specific social psychology theories. The first is called I-sharing theory by Elizabeth Pinnell, which states that two people can have the same in-the-moment experience. And by sharing these experiences, we can create a feeling of existential connectedness and thus counterbalance feelings of isolation. To further understand what this project is doing, we look at coping mechanisms and the theory put forward by psychologists Lazarus and Folkman, which states that coping mechanisms are activities that we perform to yield a positive outcome over stressful situations. So this project looks at two main types of coping mechanisms. The first is emotion focused, which is about tackling the emotions that a stressful situation induces, as well as meaning making, which is trying to make sense of the relationship between ourselves and the difficult situation. The last is looking at journaling, which is a form of writing therapy in which the individual channels their difficult feelings through self-expression. So it allows us to critically assess our lives, current emotions, and feelings and express them in a constructive manner. This exercise of journaling provides us with a safe space to confront the experience of our past and then express it in some form. So as stated before, the purpose of this project is to visually document the exchange/international students' lifestyle, experiences, changing emotions, and mental health. And they have been, with them is shared a guidelines document that details the project, the process, and the guidelines of continuing this visual journal exercise. The questions, which I will share in a second, are put forward in a first-person point of view to guide their thought process, and questions are divided into 4 categories to help build a holistic understanding of their experiences. So on the screen are the 4 categories of questions divided into home, lifestyle, growth, and mind. So as you read through the questions, you will realize that they are put forward in a way that I am asking myself that question, and thus can align my thought process to better understand how I relate to the question as well. So the process of using this journal is very simple. The student is emailed this journal and are given the time to read through the entire document. Once they approach the section about the questions, they identify 7 to 9 questions that they relate to as in terms of documenting their experience. They take a photograph that best represents or visualizes their answer and write a short paragraph as a form to annotate their answer. So answering at least 1 question a day, the journal is completed over the course of 1 week. The first part of this project is video calls that are initiated with the students. So inferences that arise from the video call is the classrooms and assignment briefs have been redesigned in a way that allows the student to not only adjust their working process, but also see what is possible from the confines of their home or with minimal outdoor movement involved. They're now more competent to working remotely or digitally, as well as have adapted their process and projects to work online. They're now more better at using digital tools and processes to create their workflow and projects. And now now that these students were quarantined in different countries during this experience, they have a more worldly educational experience, not just because they are in a geographically different location, but also living in the culture that they were living in during this time, as well as interacting with faculty and students from all over the world. The visual journal is the largest part of the project. The image that we see on the right over here is an answer sent in by a student from the UAE who was quarantined in the USA. So upon reading this answer, there are various inferences that we can infer from this answer itself. So a couple of very key inferences are that this time has given students the freedom to break free of their regular routine and use this time for introspection and self-reflection. They express a sense of nostalgia in how they compare their lives in their home country as opposed to where they are living right now. They often talk about how their life in their home country was very busy and very fast-paced, but now this time has given them the opportunity to slow down and take their time in doing things as well. And it has given them an opportunity to also sort of take time off and work on themselves. They have now been able to adapt to the lifestyle in their country of temporary stay and have also learned many lessons and values imparted by the people of that culture. They often speak about how the people and culture in that country has given them a healthier lifestyle that they hope to continue upon returning to their home country. They do reminisce about their homes and family and reflect on the changes they have made to their lifestyle to combat feelings of isolation or homesickness. They also combat feelings of isolation or homesickness by surrounding themselves with people from that culture or other students like themselves. They now have the opportunity to share similar experiences in the same space, as well as learn from each other, thus creating a feeling of connectedness within their own spaces. If you look at these 2 answers, the answer on the left is by a student quarantined in Israel that is originally from India. The second image is by a student quarantined in the Netherlands but living in the UAE. And they both answered the same question. However, if you look at the specifics of the answers that they have stated, you will realize that there are very similar thoughts and emotions that they have both expressed. Both of them talk about how this time has sort of taken away their ability to work, as well as they're now dealing with the uncertainties in very similar ways. They have even used similar languages and phrases in their expressions, and even similar visual language. So this sort of helps us understand that there is a universality in our experiences. And by sharing these journals, we can create a form of the I sharing theory, the I am not alone mentality between these students. So the framework for this project is very simple. I drew from my own experiences, so introspecting based on my experiences and expressing it in some form has yielded a positive mindset for myself. And then empathizing with people who might be in a very similar situation, creating this project creates a sense of relatability that we can all build among ourselves. All of this together, put together, creates the form of collective coping. In conclusion, this project, the Temporary Homes Project, is just one of the many different ways of documenting student narratives. And I'm also using various digital tools and online platforms to conduct experimental workshops such as this to get students from all over the world to come together, collectively cope, creative expressive works, and converse about their experiences and mental health. Thank you for listening. If you would like to know more about the project, please do reach out to me on these platforms such as Instagram and my email. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhirami. We'll take questions at the end of the session. So please do hold on to your queries and comments. We'll hear now from Adrik Ghosh, another student from the NIT. So Adrik, you could start your presentation, please.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, very good, very clear.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, just a moment. Is it on full screen?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrik Ghosh. I'm from National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. I'm a fourth year student from textile design. And the paper is based on my design study, a research-based design project, which was done in my third year, the last semester. And thus the paper, where is it taking me? Where am I taking it? A conversation with self on the changing design of process. The paper is a narrative, an experience. And this narrative is what sculpted the narrative and finally the outcome. Please note that the study started pre-pandemic, when pandemic was still broadcasted as something which is not forthcoming. The brief of the study was handloom policy implementation and its relevance in the state of Gujarat. Please note policy, implementation, and relevance in the brief. From this, you'll be able to understand that the study needed primary data. It needed a researcher to go on field and understand the context. It is something which was beyond the quantitative data, and it needed quality in it, and it needed empathy. Well, 23rd of March is when we entered lockdown. And thus unprecedented situations led to inescapable conditions. We were all locked in our homes. And as a researcher, someone who was collecting primary data, I was stuck in my home, away from my subjects. The experience of this paper or the study and the narrative is based on the experience of self and subject. Subject being data, subject being my interviewees, and thus self and how should I navigate. The immediate questions which come are, how can one continue research which requires real-time data? Now, please note, real-time data does not mean something that is related to computer application or Internet of Things. Over here, real-time data is the closest or the most relevant updated data that will help make the design more relevant? Is the collected primary data enough to make a generalized statement? Well, we were already on field and we were still collecting data. And the idea was to cover about 15 clusters where we had just covered 2. So is it enough to make a generalized statement and take the design to the next stage? How much is the ethicality of research important? Is my research inclusive enough? Have I been able to make it inclusive enough? Is it inclusive enough for myself, my fellow researchers, or is it even inclusive enough as in terms of its subjects? Would my work be empathetic enough to make a difference? Now, please note that the research was started before pandemic. The idea, the outcome, and the thought process was completely different. We were trying to critique the implementation structure and channel and not the policy, because we believed that the policy can be changed, but it is the structure which needs reform and thus the study. But now again the question, is it even relevant anymore, the study? So how do we navigate forward? When asked, when I asked my fellow researchers and friends, what do I do in this situation? The common answer was fall back on secondary data. Now, secondary data needs a mandatory analysis of the age of the data, the context of the data, the source of the data, and the credibility of it. Now, one would say that these are anyway a necessary analysis even if you have primary data. Well, of course, but in this situation, this was scrutinized and criticized a little more. We were a little more critical about the context. Is this data even relevant to my study? How do I make this data relevant to my study? Well, because we had an absence of primary data. We could not navigate forward what we thought we could not navigate forward without. Well, at the end of the day, we had to make sure that the design remains relevant. But when it seems like you have to collect some relevant information, we fall back on digital mechanisms like every other design education stream at this point. So we look at some millennial, colloquial, and other forms of pre-existing sources of data collection. A Google survey form, you can just send it through WhatsApp or mail, or through Quora, where you get a variety of opinions from variety of socio-cultural background. But is this relevant to my study? Are these streams even relevant when it comes to a data collection from a rural area? Please note that this is about handloom. And according to the 4th National Handloom Census, which is of 2019-20, over 60% of the weaving families the families together earn less than 5,000 rupees a month. And and most of them are based in the rural sector. But these streams and mechanisms are massively urban-centric. One cannot expect a weaver, one cannot assume that a weaver would have the same digital capacity as us. Thus, it does not address the digital inequality. It is during the adversities that we understand the disparities. There is a lack of reflection of empathy to the physiological space of the subject. Well, it is not just an economic constraint. And as before, my fellow presenter Abhirami said, that there is a mental parity and there is a effect on the mental space. Am I empathetic enough when I'm going selfishly collecting data from them? There is a lack of cross-check mechanism. Now, through the digital forum, I can put forward a set of questions and make it sort of a survey. But when you are on the space, the questions are influenced by the space because you understand, you analyze, and as a designer, you try to apply synesthesia to your research and to your study. Moreover, there is a distrust over the medium. As we know that through the digital space has its own constraint, and throughout the news channels and through news forums and mediums, we are aware of the amount of fraud which happens. So would my subjects trust me when they cannot physically see me or they cannot physically feel my presence? Am I able to make the same impact that when an inquisitive college student goes and asking for answers? And again, this is about critiquing public policy. They are commenting on the policies. How do they know that I'm not a spy or something that they asked me? So when there are so many constraints in terms of data collection, do we discard the data and find a new brief, or scrap the traditional outcome or the one that we thought of? This was a system study. We, of course, have planned an elaborate giga map as an end to show to the ministry or to MSME, the Ministry of Textiles, KVIC, and so on, and just make the journey relevant. Well, as obvious as it may seem now, to make the journey relevant, it wasn't like that. It was very hard to find a path to continue the research when you're stuck in your home and you're so away from your subjects. Just to add a little bit more of a context, I'm in Calcutta. My subjects are in the other end of the country. We were four researchers, and and after the lockdown, we were spread all over India. Two of them in the north, myself in the east, one of us in south, and our subjects stuck in the west. So beyond the research spectrum, the design space, digital versus physical, we were all around India, as I just said. So there were similarities, of course. We could see each other, we could talk to each other, we could stick sticky notes on the same wall. And I must agree, this is the funnest thing, and this is the most exciting thing that I realized. And of course, through Miro app, thank you. And of course, 24/7 brainstorming. And as a few of the presenters said before, we lacked the personal space. We are expected to work all the time now. But there were difficulties. Through this digital medium, we did not understand each other's mental health. Digital well-being is again a recurrent topic. Digital equity, one of our researcher friend, could not attend any of our conference calls because he could not access internet where he lived. Coordinated work hours, it was never like that. We all were living with our families, and we all had a different context. Data restriction. Even if we thought we'd fall back on secondary data, but relevant data aren't available. Even if they're available, 5,000 rupees for one paper seems too much for a student at one point. So again, we are with a set of questions. Should we change the thought, or should we change the path to challenge the policy or the policy implementation channel? When we are in such a situation, we tend to reflect more on what we have at hand. Thus, do I know everything about everything I have? Have I done sufficient analysis of the data at hand? And as a matter of fact, contextually, is the National Handloom Census been critiqued and analyzed enough that I'll go around collecting more primary data? How would it not have the same fallacies as the one which is in the survey? Through these experiences, we have reflections. And some of the main reflections were, data is important, but data needs context. National policies are structured by India, but the socioeconomic context of the benefactors are what makes it efficient. The context of space is different across states, and thus our realizations. It is the reflection and the outcome of this project was also through the realization of self, and thus the topic of the paper. A generalized implementation structure would never work. And of course, through adversities, disparities exposed. Now, we were more critical about how we looked at resources, even digital resources, and we tended to bring in a much more empathetic, qualitative aspect to it. Thus, from a process of a system study where we tried, or we thought we would try to critique and change the implementation structure, we reached creating another research proposal. A research-based design project ended with a research proposal, but a lot more stronger, a lot more relevant. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrik. there's already questions streaming in, so you could have a look at how you might like to respond. Let's go over to the third presentation. Ayush, are you all set?
Good afternoon.
Yeah. So you can share your screen. Yeah, great.
So I'm currently studying in NIT Haryana, and just last week I completed my foundation course. And this paper is a reflective essay of sorts, and it allowed me to reflect back on the past 5 months and wonder if learning design was in fact beneficial or was it not? Did it help me in any way? How did I react to it? And so on and so forth. So right off the bat in college you are expected to attend class, and your presence in class and your whole idea of being able to learn design is most of the times also judged by how present you are in class, at least for foundation students. And there's this whole notion that you have to attend class, and that is validated through your presence in a physical environment. But when at home, your whole presence is validated through you entering a Google Meet link and typing present on the chat box. And that's how you are present right now. And while you are present in a class and you are attending class, I can now sleep, I can now roll on the bed, I can eat, I can visit the washroom, all while simultaneously learning a module like design process. And it goes to show sort of how much attention I am paying to concepts like this, how much focus I am being able to give in such courses. And obviously household chores and being part of the family, finding a space at home, it brings sort of difficulties to actually pay attention in what is being spoken about in class. However, I would also say that how my mother always says that going to college and it's a different environment, you have your own hostel and you have your own privacy and freedom. Of sorts, you get distracted and you go off track. But the very same environment at home, it's very controlled, it's very regulated, and that perhaps make you be more attentive in class, and you may not delve into other distractions that may take you away from coursework. Turning design online seems like a discussion about the medium of communication, but more so, it's also a discussion and analysis of the space that you're learning in. In college, you are surrounded with people who will bounce off ideas, and as we all would agree that we do learn collectively and we do learn from each other, and that is how we learn design. That is how design is characterized. But at home, so often I felt like it's a solo act. Me sitting on this chair in front of this table in a corner of my room, it is me, myself, and I. It's me wondering what this concept means or what this ambiguous topic seems to present itself as. And so often, then I don't think it's very effective as to me learning this concept or understanding what is trying to be taught to me. And with 60 cameras off often and with microphones off, obviously there is this invisibility cloak. So in group projects, I do not feel accountable. In teamwork, I do not feel accountable to voice my opinion or voice my thought, because you can't see me. You can't tell me what to do because I am invisible. I am behind this mask and no one can control me anymore. And I have this freedom that I do not feel guilty about. And so often then I have been accustomed to not take part in class, because imagine someone, the faculty asking me a question, if it was on site in a physical classroom, I'd have to answer on the spot or just accept my defeat, so to say. But when I'm behind a icon of mine, I I can just go by saying that it's a connectivity issue and just not feel guilty at all about not participating in class. And that has made it very easy for me to not pay attention, not be a part of this class that's taking place, be a part of discussions that take place on a daily basis. As the faculties have also agreed and have set it themselves, with online classes and everyone's icons being shut off, it often feels like a webinar or a workshop of sort, where the faculty keeps on talking about something that they've learned, their experiences and their understandings, on and on. But I don't think that is what is ultimately wanted and desired. It is a discussion, it is a two-way conversation that takes place between students and faculty. We all learn from each other, and I think that is the downfall of when you have a class online and you have icons on your laptop. In design process, what I felt was that there was these set of challenges that were given to us. There were these set of assignments given to us, and so often I felt that it was just for the goal of completing the semester, just for the goal of completing this year and getting on with the next semester. And during that whole process of understanding that, okay, if you just given me a brief and given me an assignment, I have this 2 hour slot. I've quantified, learning design. Okay, it cannot span throughout the day because I have this 2 hour slot of, digital interfacing, and I can spend my learning design thoughts during that point of time. And somehow I felt that I have spent the whole day thinking about what may be right as an assignment or what is supposed to be presented. And the next day I realized that, okay, wait, this is not what I'm supposed to do. And yes, it is part of the learning that I have to go through. But ultimately, the next day I've realized that, wait, I have to do this right from the beginning, but I've got another assignment. So when do I go back and reflect on what I've learned the earlier day? We've been put into physical spaces that are very confined. There's another constraint that I have to click good pictures, quality pictures that actually resonate with what work I am physically doing. So ultimately, the faculty or other batchmates may not really realize what am I putting out or what do I try to intend to do because of clarity issues, because of quality issues. We all know that learning design is not very defined. It's not a one-way path that, okay, this is this is that. There is so much of ambiguity, so much of vagueness, so much of open-endedness that it comes to concepts while learning space, form, and structure, learning about how we see things. And again, when you have a 2 hour slot and you want to get your point across, faculties do want to get their point across and be like, this is what I'm trying to tell you. If we were in an open classroom and a physical classroom setup, we'd have discussions that go on for long hours, and that ambiguity, we would make sense of that ambiguity and be comfortable with it. But behind a laptop screen, we aren't really comfortable with that ambiguity. We want definite answers even more now than ever, because we want clarity, because there is the very physical and online space of this digital medium makes it very difficult to be in ease with concepts that are very ambiguous. So most of the times I and my batchmates are frustrated as to, okay, am I not learning what I'm supposed to learn? Am I not getting the output that is desired? Am I learning at all? Or is this just done for the sake of it? I think over the past 3 months, and right from when the learning design online began to me completing the foundation course, I think the approach to how we address learning design online as a course as well as a step in design education is of utmost importance. The difference I have seen in learning the first design module online versus the most recent one in space, form, and structure, I think the faculty is what they bring to the table and how they look at this, this opportunity is of utmost importance. Believe me, in that 30-minute impromptu talk that the faculty had and telling us how this could be an opportunity for us to base our design learnings into physical context, into dynamic context, into understanding that what are we actually learning, what is the core of learning design, what is the desired outcome, what is the desired mindset that we need to cultivate, and how we can get there. I think the moment you bring that out and you get it out to people who are very very confused as to, is this even going to work, is this going to make me understand design, I think that helped a lot. All of us, all my batchmates have shifted our mindset as to looking at learning design online as, wait, maybe I can learn something that I would have not learned in a physical classroom. And for me, that is of utmost importance. When shifted online, you have the structure of a module changing. You have obviously quantified lectures. You have 2 hour slots or 3 hour slots or multiple slots during the day. And between those slots, I think I've been able to indulge in things that are outside of design education, things that I wouldn't have time to think about if I was on site in college because I'd be packed with stuff. It would have been more intense. Things like learning a new language, things like focusing on my mental health, focusing and bringing to light what I have suffered or whatever I'm going through. Because in college, it becomes very difficult to focus on these areas because you don't have time for this. But right now, you do see that opening up. There is possibility for you to focus on these areas of your life. Yes, it's very difficult for mental health, and obviously, whatever I'm saying is only one point of view, but this is also a perspective. And I wonder if I have to go back, because if institutes are telling me that this is an online module and you are doing this online module, and guess what? You're learning everything there is to learn. You are not missing out on anything. Then I wonder why I need to shift to another city, why I need to live a strangeful life without away from my family, when I'm learning everything that I am to learn right now as per my institute. So if all my essential learnings are being delivered, and if we find a way to change design curriculum that I can understand and learn everything from the comfort of my home, is it really necessary for us to go to different cities and stay away from our houses? Learning design in the proximity of a college. In this past year, I've often felt that it's a bubble. We learn concepts, okay, we shared it into like-minded people and around us, and yes, it's stayed in that bubble. But does it go beyond that? Does it go beyond placing that particular concept, that particular understanding in physical, dynamic concepts of your home, of your surroundings, your neighbors? So I do see that at least for the foundation program, there is so much opportunity to base all what you have learned into situations that you daily come across, into situations that perhaps after learning design you will be placed into. Like our faculties have also said, that this is almost like you're doing a job. You are learning as well as you are trying to make sense of everything around you. So perhaps it's helping us grow holistically. Perhaps I'm learning more than design. I'm learning how to work in an industry, how to get accustomed to a lifestyle that I may be living after 4 years. And perhaps that may be helpful and that may be a very good learning for all of us. With COVID-19 coming into play and design learning, suddenly we're supposed to teach design and supposed to conduct online modules. It has sort of become a makeshift solution. All of us have really fast paced, come up with solutions. And maybe from this makeshift solution, it will shift to an alternate reality of learning design, an alternate reality of design education itself, an alternate reality to understanding design concepts. Thank you for this.
Um, Ayush, you've signed in from two devices. One of them is giving a lot of disturbance. So um, anyway, so just look at that. And, yeah. So thank you, all three of you, for I found them very moving presentations, moving also because it gave a kind of fresh insight as to how students are processing this experience in multiple locations. And the term that came to my mind is learning design in the real world. What could it mean? And um, what is the classroom? What is the home? And what sort of learning environments do they kind of offer? But without my saying too much, I thought we could just turn to some of the questions that have already come into the chat box. So Sangeeta Shroff is asking you, Adrik, uh, about artisans using digital communication tools like WhatsApp, and could you find some alternatives in using those kinds of means to reach your, let's say, research subjects in a more immediate kind of way? And And Nupur suggests to you that perhaps, and perhaps it's also a suggestion to institutions to give access to research materials through platforms like JSTOR, which would give you without that kind of payment that you mentioned. Easier access into believable, credible sources of secondary data. So would you like to just have a quick response before we bring in the others and get the conversation going?
Yeah, first to answer to Sangeeta ma'am, we did consider telephonic interviews, we did consider WhatsApp, but as I said, it was beyond just collection of data because it was more of a qualitative study. So when we are in a physical space, our questions tend to mold around the conversation, and there's a development of empathy around it. And also there comes in the problem of language. When I'm physically over there, either I'm with a translator or I'm with someone who knows Gujarati. Like I can understand Gujarati, but not that much. And when it comes to the different dialects, it does become a problem. Moreover, it wasn't just the artisans we needed to speak to. We also needed access to information from the Weaver Service Center, the implementing agencies, and all other stakeholders that would help us create the entire system. And most of them did have their reservations in speaking over it online or through telephonic conversation because of the fear of being recorded. Because again, I'd like to mention this was about critiquing public policies. So there were different other constraints that came into being, and that like made a reservation. But of course, we did consider WhatsApp. We did try contacting people. Sometimes one of the Weaver Service Center heads would not just reply to our WhatsApp messages. But again, we have to be empathetic towards the situation and how people, the condition of mental health of everyone around us. Because a lot of these, since my mother herself is a government servant, I know the kind of pressure they were in on how to continue administration even through these trying times. And over the second half of the question or the suggestion by Nupur, my college did give me access to JSTOR, but again, these are very limited access because mostly design processes aren't heavily research centric, and even the PhD students who do it, a lot of us rely on primary data. We do collect our own data, contextualize it, and use it. So the relevant papers weren't available. And then again, my research was more context specific. It was about Gujarat. So NID does have a collection of unpublished documents, be it government projects, craft documentations, graduation projects. But again, we didn't have access to it because those are protected documents and they just can't be shared online. And it took them time to figure out, and they are still figuring it out. We were in conversation for having those datas with us, at least in our final semester, which is going on right now. So yeah, all these are in process, but like those were the particular constraints that we faced, and the immediate after the immediate lockdown implementation, and we had to complete the project. We had to end the semester. It became of an obligation. I could not extend it thinking that the situations would normalize and I will go back. But of course, I will go back to that study and try to use those experiences and the constraints further. Thank you.
Okay. Alex, there are two questions to you. I think your use of the word accountability and how one is, and sort of the relationality of the design classroom and how important that is seems to have caught the attention of people in the audience. So there's one question which all three of you could answer also. Alex, why don't students talk in an online class? Why do teachers have to drag out a response? So that's the teacher end of this experience. And the second question is from Jayashri to you, Alex. Where would you place personal drive and self-regulation in taking ownership of your learning through an online medium? So actually both are sort of interconnected questions,
Yes.
and we're wondering how you would.
So firstly, right off the bat, the first question is because we can get away with it. I can put my camera off and just be quiet. You would think it's a connection issue. So, I mean, again, accountability, and thereby it makes a person take a conscious effort to pay attention. It's because you have to, I mean, self-drive is at the utmost, because unless you don't get off bed and you sit in a bench and you create that environment for yourself, I don't think you really get out a lot from a class. So I think that highest importance. And I think that's why when a teacher presents that approach, I mean, for SFS, when they told us that, listen, you can do this and you will have to do this, and that's how you're going to take out a lot of from this, from this module. And I think that's where the big play, I think.
Yeah. Abhirami, do you have kind of a different angle onto this? The reluctance to perhaps come online, make oneself visible, and use your speech. Um,
So as part of my project, there were 3 workshops that I conducted also that were very much using digital spaces and online tools as well. So a very important insight that had come about was that using video feature in these workshops or conversations online does establish a sense of connection between the people that are involved in the conversation. And specifically because my work was very much involving the emotional aspect of the pandemic, we do feel the need that we need to look at who we are talking to establish that connection, because we are sharing a very common experience, whether it's attending an academic class or participating in a webinar or a workshop like this. And the fact that we mute ourselves or we don't share our video might also be an indication that we do feel a sense of awkwardness with sort of exposing our environment, as had been put forward in the previous presentations as well, that this whole thing has become so intimate in a way that we were not experiencing the same intimacy when we were in a classroom environment as well. So I believe that we do need to sort of overcome that barrier of exposing our personal environments and overcoming the sense of awkwardness in sharing our environment and putting ourselves out on a digital platform like this as well.
So Lokesh has a question for all of you. Do you think new models of choosing courses from multiple universities or individuals may be a way forward that could A, elevate the level of design education, or B, empower students to choose a mix of what they wish to learn in an age of collaboration, and rather than having prefixed courses that you're mandated to do? So do you think that this could be a way forward? As students, would you prefer this way of learning, to choose what you learn? So Ayush, you also mentioned that what am I learning and what am I getting out of this? So does this question kind of resonate
I was
with?
going to add even earlier that, see, in foundation, I don't think you really have a lot of choice into what you're studying. But when you take your disciplines, you still have it. Like, if I'm supposedly taking textile, I do want to take textile. I'm interested in textile. So there, I think there's a shift where I am consciously wanting to learn, right? I will take that step to find out what's wrong. I will discover some practical use or research by myself. But in foundation courses, I don't think that is really evident, or it feels like as though, okay, I have to do it. I have to do this to get to another step. So I'm obliged to do this. So am I as interested? Am I as interested in doing a particular coursework or a module? I think that's where there's a change. So if I was in second year and talking to you about this, I'd be genuinely interested in what I would be doing in my discipline. And I think my reflection would be very different.
So I just thought to call upon Jatin. Would you like to say your questions in person? It might also lend a little bit of quality to the very important things that you're raising. So maybe turn your video on and yeah, thanks. So you had 2 questions. You're muted.
All right. I was in the middle of signing some files, as I mentioned. We also disappear from online commitments to do other things like students do. We also switch off. I think one observation that I have, because my daughter is also doing design, I see her at home, and of course, she's coping with it largely because I think she's having a very positive and constructive environment. But I think larger issues that come to my mind are, there are some things which you go to an institution for. I think it's very important. Why do you go to an institution? Why do we choose? I think that interesting proposition about taking courses from various universities. If it is only about picking up shopping, and basically shopping courses, I think it's one way of looking at design or design learning. And there's other issue in terms of connecting to an institution, its people, the faculty, and I believe two things which students do miss out. One, of course, is the fact that the faculty access and the quality of it is very, very different when uh, you are in person. Also, the lateral engagement of reinforcement, checking with your colleagues, and that happens in all design schools. All of us, when we are studying, even now it happens that you always want some kind of validation, inputs, critique. Somebody, one of your colleagues will, classmates will say, "Oh bullshit, come do something better." Even before the faculty comes and sees it, and that's the richness which actually something which, to my mind, is missing out in the way these online classes are. And one thing which happens is, I think, my prima facie assessment, I may be wrong because I'm again observing my own daughter. She works from, exactly the way you explained, that I think every day is 9:30 is the class, so I think 9:29 is when she just wakes up, I guess, and somehow manages to have attendance on. But then she's working till about 1, 2 in the night. I don't think she ever sleeps before 2. And not that it doesn't happen in design schools otherwise, but what happens in design schools is that though you're working till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, you actually are doing so many other things. And that's something which is a huge, I think, shortcoming in this whole process of something what I call a time-space continuum, where there is no break, there is no shift from one activity to the other, to one kind of an experience to the other. And that's something which is very important. Now, these are issues that we may have to think in terms of how do we address this if it has to happen online? How do you make this differentiation? Assignments seem to, especially if you have 3 courses happening in a day. Many universities work that way. I do not know about Nirma, but NID works predominantly on module-based learning. And that's a very practical kind of a reality because NID does not have sufficient faculty and people who are available only for a slot. And that's exactly how this whole module-based learning actually got acceptance beyond its original rationale. There was a rationale, but I think it's more an institutional convenience that made it modular, learning. In that sense, you learn one course for the entire week, which is fair enough. But that relatively is more comfortable, I would believe, than attending to 3 courses in a day with 3 different assignments and everything to be submitted day after. Our students just go bonkers, So it's very interesting in terms of kind of challenges, and I think most people do cope. But there's very little time for reflection. There's nothing that they can actually see for themselves, then I think the whole submission mode, which is the obsession with submission, takes precedence. So there are also universities and institutions, I do not know, but many of them have negative marking. It's a very American model where you fail to basically submit on time, you get negative marking or any such thing. So that is one thing, one aspect, but I think other thing I would also mention.
I don't remember whether your presentation had that, but maybe you could remind us.
Definitely. So my project doesn't solely look at design students. In fact, it looks at students across varying disciplines of study. But a very common and very predominant insight that definitely comes across is the loss of inhuman contact, and the fact that we miss out on the fact that we need this in-person contact with the other person to have a better learning ecosystem as well. And now that we've moved our learning environments online, we've definitely lost out on that. Just like Adrik and Ayush had put forward, the fact that our learning environments have changed and we're doing all our assignments digitally, there, and even just interacting with faculties as well, we do have a loss of connection, of a personal connect with not just the topic that we're learning, but also with the faculty that is informing our process as well. So I mean, there definitely is some sort of gap that's happening even with the plethora of digital resources that are available to us. And students across disciplines are saying the same thing. Insights from students who study engineering as well as medicine, or even study a business course. Everyone across the board is feeling the same thing, that our discussions with faculty or our peers aren't as effective because of the fact that we're using a digital space to conduct our discussions and inquiries.
So one of the questions that occurred to me to ask all three of you, do you have sort of fresh expectations or different expectations from your teachers? I mean, what would you think they ought to be doing perhaps a little differently, that you could communicate to them on the basis of your experiences?
Uh, I would like to answer that
Yeah,
question.
sure.
So my semester has started, and this is a two-way coin. So right now, while I'm attending this conference on my laptop, I had my classes going on my phone, and I was juggling between two so that I don't miss my attendance. And it is a very important course for me. And since it's the module-based learning, I could not just miss it. And then again, I didn't want to miss the discussion over here either. So there are loopholes around, and of course, like how when Ayush mentioned that, like it's very easy to like switch off the camera and mute this and go to the other one. But well, there of course, like as bad it is, it's also good in terms of not leaving on attendance and attending these sessions. But coming to your question about our expectations from faculties, it has evolved, and I think at least I can say for NID Ahmedabad, the faculties are taking genuine efforts into changing the module, making it a little more modular. uh, for final year students, we have an interdisciplinary design project this time. What was conventionally like textile would address space and body, product and furniture would address systems. Now it has all come together, and it is a collaborative, collective idea and experiences which come together. So I'm not just restricted to my discipline, but again, these also come with constraints. Like I have done 2 system project already. Like textile gave me that opportunity, but why do I need to do a third one? I want to learn something else now. So yes, there are expectations, and we have a mentorship program right now. What we had in foundation is just coming up again for us in a final year, where a faculty is there to address. And also by this time, when you're in your final year, you have a sort of a connect with your faculties. Like it is beyond just a faculty student relationship. It's more of a friend, a colleague, where we are sharing papers with each other, we are sharing information and discussing something beyond studies. So like addressing to that mental health and helping us cope with, like, what do I do, how do I get my graduation project, where do I get my job, am I even relevant to the industry anymore? So yes, the faculty forum is also evolving and addressing these questions. And the most important part to have this is by having a constant dialogue between the faculty and students. So one should not feel superior or inferior and like, why am I being asked this question, I'm doing so much. So it shouldn't be that kind of a environment over there. It should be something of a qualitative criticism,
Yeah.
quality criticism.
Yeah.
Can I add
Shimal, I thought
something
maybe,
on the
sorry,
lines of that
go
as
ahead.
well? I was saying, I just wanted to add that, I mean, everyone across the board needs to have more patience as well, whether you are a student asking a faculty an inquiry or a faculty expecting an answer from a student, because this situation is ever evolving, it's ever changing. Our days are not, very similar to how we experienced the previous days. So we all just need to be a lot more patient with each other. We can't go into a discussion with the same expectations of how we have participated in previous discussions as well.
So I was thinking, Shemal, would you like to ask your question sort of by yourself rather than me reading it out from?
Yeah. So, one of the things that Ayush sort of brought forward was this idea of how you're in the home environment and you have this entire domestic control around you, which forces you to pay more attention, perhaps. But what it got me thinking too was that how do three of you sort of respond to the fact that you are now constantly visible by people who can instruct you to do things. You're in an environment where your visibility, and since everyone was in the lockdown, your visibility was always, you were always present for your parents to be seen. How did that affect you? Or how does it make you feel? Or how did it sort of contribute to your learning or not contribute? What emerged around it?
So I think someone said, I'm so sorry, I don't know the name, but he just said that how now he sees his daughter that she's sitting up till 1 and 2, and I think that sort of affects all our parents, and they are not fine with it. I mean, sitting at 3 and like I am scolded at every day, and my mom keeps on saying that I'm not sending you back because I can't look at you this stressed, or sitting up till late nights and not sleeping, and when you're up again, you're again stuck on that whole cycle. And maybe that has made me reflect on how I am looking at it as well, because I think it's a fact that we do have time. I mean, it's nice to say that I'm very busy, but I think we spend a lot of time on the phone, and you start working at 12 o'clock in the night, and then you're like, oh shit, I don't have a lot of time left, and I'm so packed. And it is a fault on our part, and maybe that has come to light now, and I can start to manage my time better and focus on how I'm going about my day. I think again, when you're visible, then you got to think how, if you're allowed to sit up till late night, or I think maybe I'm more well regulated right now.
Okay, so Jyotsna is asking, she says that one thing she finds missing during the pandemic is serendipity and spontaneous conversations, chatting with colleagues and students, which are also important to learning and rapport building. And that is a kind of loss. And she was wondering whether you, as students, have any suggestions in that regard. So any of you, all of you, please respond to this question.
NID had this tradition of like, you need to speak to your seniors and super seniors because you need to build contact. So this like of course the question reminded me of this question, but like we always had a digital medium, an alternate medium, like be it LinkedIn or Facebook. Instagram today is much more formal than informal, Like if I have a work account and I'm approaching someone, it is considered something of a formality. So there are ways out, but of course, like having a face-to-face conversation or over a chai is something which is missed, and it does help us to create a direct rapport. I got my first freelance over a chai with one of my super seniors, and that helped me build a connection. But while searching for internships online, I had to fall back on LinkedIn or messaging a few of my super seniors over WhatsApp, but it felt more desperate because there is the communication gap. If I'm calling them at the middle of the pandemic and saying, "Hey, how are you? Oh, I was wondering if you have any internship opportunities, it feels very desperate and very selfish. But yeah, so the tonality of it, even though we don't want it to be there, does change with the
How about
digital.
you, Abhirami? Or how would you see this, respond to this question?
I agree with what Adrik says, especially with approaching people to, to discuss work or ask for work opportunities. In a slightly different take, because my project is participatory in nature, it requires me to find students across the world who would be interested in participating. And there is a sense of desperation that does come across when I ask, like, hey, would you be interested in participating in a workshop or an exercise, etc. And there is also a sense of fatigue that I feel personally with having to contact so many people across the world just to get maybe 10 responses back that do agree to participate. And that sense of fatigue does also take away from my time to be productive and work on things that do need to actually happen. But instead, I am spending so much of my time trying to contact people and find things to do as well. But this would be so much more easier if I were doing this in person. I could just approach someone at, like, say, NID Childgate and have a conversation with them and discuss what I would like for them to do. I could just walk into any studio and do the same thing as well. There's also a lot of time delay that's involved. I am in a very different time zone as opposed to the people that are participating in my project. There's a lot of delays and a lot of connectivity issues as well. And then it's all just pushing back on the project that I am working on, and it's affecting not only my professional development as well as my personal development. So yeah, that sense of fatigue is something that has arisen not just for me, but also for people like Adrik has mentioned, for him as well, who is on the receiving end of these conversations.
Anything to add, Ayush?
I think, like Shaimal is saying, the chai gate thing. So because of the lockdown and everyone's stuck at home, we want to connect. So people are automatically, like a lot of my batchmates have already, like when the class ends, they'll still hang out on the meet and then we talk on video and they laugh and crack some new jokes and even discuss about the assignments in that process. Like you have your classroom or your concept board open and you talk about everyone's work because they weren't spoken about earlier. So I think, yes, it is possible, but again, it comes out of a conscious effort. Like if I want to do it, only then I will do it. Like even my batchmates do talk to seniors and there is constant contact because those are those bonds are already again made set in college in the past month. So I don't know now this new foundation batch, if you're meeting people online for the very first time, how do those connections get started and how do you build those connections? Again, intimacy and I mean who you see online and who you are in person varies a lot. That would be different.
Pitambar, your question and then Sangeeta.
Yes, I had a question because I have actually two college-going children. So they both are, one is just getting started and the other one is in the final year. You see, in the serendipity is a very important experience in the physical space. When you're in a college, where most of your experience is with your peers and seniors, I mean, including seniors and juniors and then etc. So this serendipity is missing in the online. I mean, one of you were, Ayush was talking about saying that people hang around after the Google Meet and then talk about it. But there are no accidental encounters that take place, isn't it? On the online, it's always intentional. And the intentionality always may not lead to this thing. Like, for example, Ayush again was taking about saying that, hey, you know what? I'm not really interested in this. Therefore, I can just switch off this camera and then walk away. But this unintentionally, maybe you may be imbibing or you may be coming across accidentally several things which might trigger, many experiences, many thoughts, and which may lead to, which are really enriching. So how do you deal with it? I'm sure that now you're in fourth year, that means you have already, or both of you are in fourth year, and Ayush is in first year, but has experienced at least one semester, I think, in the physical space. So how do you deal with that? I mean, how do you cope with that? Either one of you, anyone can take it in.
Virami, you want to go first? Senior.
Adrik, you can go ahead. I'll add on to what you say.
Okay. Yes, of course, those encounters are dearly missed. As a matter of fact, when you're meeting someone in person, it becomes an obligation to speak or to have a conversation, and you never know what comes out of it. How Shemal was mentioning about a Chaigate Google Meet, we do have that, and you would know Tanishka Kachru. We were having a similar thing with her, and we started. So we were people from exhibition, textiles, product design all together, graphic design, and we started talking of urban dynamics. We were critiquing Le Corbusier's planning and relating it to the organic structure of Varanasi. So yes, those bring in a conversation, and those bring in new insight. Those are dearly missed, and that obligation goes away. When that obligation goes away, even as a matter of fact, when we are in an institutional premise, our design is affected by the obligations around us. I see everyone around me working on a design. I see everyone, and that does motivate me. Okay, I'll also sit and I'll also do. The very fact that I can pass by a library and seeing people inside, that might just intrigue me, or that shelf of books where they're showing these are the new editions. And those obligations, those encounters, those are also part of an education which is missed when we are online, because we have a lot more liberty. I had the liberty to leave my class and attend this session and yet not worry about the consequence of attendance. But yeah, so it does bring in pros and cons with it.
Adding on to what Adrik has mentioned, I'm sure that the environment, like the NIT environment that I did study in for the past 7 semesters, has definitely influenced the way that I'm looking at my graduation project right now as well. Because one thing that I was very sure that I wanted to do was to get people in the same space, people who possibly will never have the chance to meet in person, in the same digital space at least, to have a conversation based on something. So even in the workshops and the other work that I have done as part of my project, I was trying my hardest to get people from different corners of the world who come from very different backgrounds with very different lifestyle and experiences in the same space to talk about the same thing as well. And the way that I designed my project was also to create encounters between three people at least in the same space, so that you have a chance to meet multiple people within the time frame of a 2 to 3 hour workshop as well. And yes, and a very common insight that does often come up in interviews or these workshop itself is the fact that we miss meeting strangers, or we miss seeing someone outside in physical, have the ability to smile or wave at them, which you've just lost out on in our digital sphere as well. So I've been keen in my project itself to create these encounters to some form. They might not be as fruitful as we experience them in person, but they are to some point effective as well. And that is a very important thing that we have lost out on now as well, because we are sort of in the same social or academic bubble as our universities itself, and we are not engaging with people outside of this bubble that we are currently in as well.
I think the point you're also raising, I mean, all of us together, is what does it mean to be human when you're online? Yeah. Yeah. So Sangeeta, you had a point, and then Mamta also wanted to ask a question. You're muted.
So when Shemal and Jatin particularly mentioned that can institutional facilitation happen, I don't think that is required, because the students facilitate themselves much more on their own. Like I was mentioning, that when I'm doing a class, I'm connected with the students on a platform, and the students have their own platform going on while the class is on, to say how should we respond, what should we ask, what should we demand. And no matter how much empathy as a teacher or how close to their age one tries to be, there is one, there is some air between, there's some space between the teacher and the student, no matter how with them you are. So I don't think they need us to give a platform. uh, Actually they should give us a platform to communicate. The second thing I want to also share is I'm so amazed at students that, we have a film club on the campus. And the film club, the people are so passionate about the film club that they've been running the film club online. So what they do is they send the link to the film, or they send the film itself on drive. 50 students who are part of the film club watch the film, then they meet on a Zoom or Google Meet platform for 2 hours and discuss the film, and there's no teacher involved in it. So if people want to communicate, they will communicate. And the third point, 3 or 4 people have said, what people are missing out is this chance encounter with a stranger. Every situation brings something new. Like I find so many students have written, both male and female students, that they've all started cooking. Many have started baking. A lot of students have said, I've learned to make roti. So there are new skills, there are new things. We don't normally have time to reflect, and the pandemic has given us a lot of time to self reflect. So when something is missed, something new also comes in. So I think we should also look at what are the new gains that have been done through the online teaching or through the pandemic. uh, so I think the students already have their own format. There's so much happening in the world on the social media, through books, through other things. uh, I think there's a new life, and we should also enjoy this new life with whatever is there.
Chat box, Sangeeta, many people are agreeing with you, you will see. But shall we have Mamta, and perhaps that might be the last question of the session. So Mamta, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. So I want to compliment all the three speakers, and yeah, I feel our students always surprise us with such crisp, fantastic, provocative presentations. So thank you, three of you. I am reflecting on Ayush's talk, and having spent a lot of time in hostel myself, like my current thought is campus living. I mean, that was the thing in the past. Now I'm beginning to feel, do we really over romanticize this entire idea of being in the hostel? Is it really, really that central? Can we do away with it? So I want to hear the students' point of view on this. Like, this is my current thought, listening to them, that maybe we over romanticize being in the hostel and that hostel life. So how do students see it as a bargain, and how central do they feel that is if you were to do away with it?
So do you see it as a space for freedom, autonomy, um, uh, breaking the umbilical cord, and so on? But you may have other ideas. Please do come in on this.
I think there are so many different points of views. I mean, there's not one straight answer. Yes, I love the hostel. I love the freedom. I love my own room. I get to work in my own personal space. I, like earlier you were saying, discussing, I get to chat with my friends in my room further about a module or about people or about, and making connections, sitting on the lawn and just chilling. And I think that's part of the experience. I don't think you can just learn something. You have to do something simultaneously. So I want to go back to the hostel. And yes, I don't think you can get away with it like that easily, so quickly. I mean, even more so now, everyone's stuck at home. Everyone wants to run away to the hostel. So more demand, right?
You know, we always say our design has a consequence, and so does our decisions in day-to-day life. And the best way to learn about consequences is when you take your own decisions. And these are certain values that the hostel life does bring, because we are away from our mother's coop, and you are independent. Of course, there's but if you're sick, you have to tend to yourself, you have to take your own responsibilities, you have to form your own connection, you have to form your own base again, and that does help you develop. And as a research enthusiast, I will say ki when I go on field to collect data, I am far more confident, and that is only because I've lived in a hostel. I know the consequences, and I've traveled alone on a budget of maybe 500 for a couple of days. And that does affect your education, that does help you grow. And as a designer, it also helps you understand context, because there's so many people from so many places who are there at the same place. You learn so much, you disagree with so many people, and that does have to, and you keep on reflecting. As an example, some people in my college, my batchmates, they were, it's very weird to say right now, but they were homophobic. But at first I would be like, why are you like this? This is completely normal. You shouldn't be like that. But then one has to understand where they come from, their socioeconomic background, their culture, their upbringing. And these empathy towards these kinds of concepts does develop when you're all on your own, and you have to figure these things out. That can happen from the comfort of home.
I
Abhirami?
would like to add to that. Yes, I feel like we're at this prime age when we move towards independent living in hostels or dormitories, and we're at that age of, I mean, we're mostly 17 to 18 at best, and it's such a transitionary period of moving away from the comfort of home and the comfort of our parents to independent living. Even though it might still, like, you're not making your own food, you have a mess to attend to, you have a sense of security as well, but you're still learning to take care of yourself. To an extent, you're adulting, to put it colloquially, and it's such an important skill to have. I mean, it's not just, we're not going to college just for professional and educational or career development, but also to grow as an individual as well. And it's at that age of like 18 to 24 when you sort of start understanding who you are as a person, in without falling back on who your family is or who your parents are, as well as understanding who you are as an individual, what my values are, like Adrik said, and even just growing as a person or becoming this formed adult, as we call it. So definitely, I feel like hostel life is not romanticized. It's definitely much more required, because right now, being at home, I feel like I'm back in school. There is a certain time that I spend doing on my work. My mother will come knock on the door and say, okay, it's time to eat now. And there's a very different sort of routine that's coming. I'm very dependent on other people to tell me what my routine is now. As opposed to when I'm in college, I create this routine or this lifestyle for myself. And there's a sense of maturity that we develop when we're away from home, living on our own, surrounded by people who are of the same demographic as we are, and might have similar or varying life experiences that they come into this environment with.
I think we're all out of time. Please do check the chat box. There are some comments, some questions which might be useful to some and all of us. I'm thinking since the morning when we conceptualized the conference, Pitambar, we thought of the online classroom and the classroom as sort of two antipodes, so to say. And now, since the morning, the home has come into, and it's come into the conversation, and it's become like a triangular. So it's not just, it's places to space, and perhaps spaces to place in the plural, and that's quite interesting for even us as organizers to learn from all of you and your comments and questions. I think we should close the session now. The next session begins at 2:30. So please do join us for the last session of today, which will start at 2:30. Anything to add, Pitambar, from your
If
side?
it was in the physical space, we will all be going for lunch together, but
yeah.
Okay.
And
So that enjoy your lunch, and then we'll see you back at 2:30.
I was mentioning to Pitambar that had it been in place conference, we would be planning what shall we eat for lunch, what would be interesting to eat together, and things like this. But
not leaving this time for gossip and all that.
Sorry.
Normally in conferences, this time in lunch between sessions is used for gossiping, exchanging notes. So are you not keeping this open?
So the serendipity of conference lunches will also be missing in this experience. Maybe we could just leave this on, and then people who want to chat and bring their lunches to the screen, perhaps that's a possibility.
I won't get my lunch here. It's right next to me.
Good.
So 2:30 is the next session. Thank you all for
Thank
your
you very much.
presentations, your comments, questions, and your participation.
Absolutely.
See you
Thank
later.
you very much, and we'll see you at 2:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your hands in disgust and just give up on these guys. It is
Hello?
unbelievable how many lives were.
Ishi, Amita, and Shrishti are here.
Yes, I'm there. Yeah, Srishti.
Hi. So shall we just quickly just make sure your presentations are viewable and so on?
I'll have to share my screen.
Yeah, there's a green button below.
Yeah.
So use that to share your screen.
Oh, okay. I think somebody is already sharing. So
Misbah has to is she here?
Misbah, will you stop sharing your screen?
She's here.
Hi, Misbah. Are you there?
I think she's yet to come in.
Oh, she hasn't come in yet.
Looks like it.
Okay. So we'll just have to wait for Misbah to come in and then stop sharing her screen. Then we can test your sharing. Hi, Shrishti.
Hello. How are you?
I mean, the final thing is supposed to start at 2:30, so people haven't joined, but the presenters are here because they're testing screen sharing. This is your presentation. Mine is this.
Can all of you see the raise hand facility? Apparently it's been enabled.
I can't. I can see reactions, but I can't see the raise hand facility.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just quickly try and share my screen. All right.
Okay, we can see your screen.
Okay, great.
You stop sharing, then I think Shushti can try it out.
Yeah.
I'll just try my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's
yes, indeed. Okay. Do we have Amita Lewis on?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, Amita, could you please share your screen and then test?
Okay.
So we want to make sure that everything works.
Is it visible?
Not yet.
Use the share screen button at the bottom, the green thing.
Okay. Now?
No, not yet. Did you have to click on the share screen?
I did that, okay.
And then you have to choose the options. Yes, we can see yours.
Okay, good.
Okay, great. Okay, we'll get started at 2:30.
Yes. So Amita, Ishi, and who's our third speaker? Amita, Ishi, and Shishti. What did you think of the morning session? Were you able to be there?
Yes, I was there for the first morning session, which was there by Ms. Sangeeta, and it was quite interesting. I mean, most of the points we could actually see. I mean, yeah, it was interesting, and even the last round of Q&A was interesting to attend because we were also talking about something very similar on the similar lines.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I wasn't there for the morning session because I had classes to take and I just finished my class at 2 o'clock and joined in. So
No problem. I was just sort of asking just to check what were your, because your background is you're from dentistry, right, Amita? Yeah. So you're muted. So I was just curious about what you made of all the discussions. So that's why I asked. No problem. You're muted.
Yes, I attended the morning sessions and found it quite interesting, especially the first three talks on which were given by the faculty, I guess, and followed up by the students. Well, that was not something that I could relate to very much, but the problems that the staff said, and the kind of issues that everybody are facing and what we can do about. So those things, I think I could definitely relate to.
Yeah.
The similar kind of issues that we also face. Yes.
Yeah. So Shishti, can you tell us a little bit about this JD Institute? What is JD?
Actually, it's the name of the founder, Jagannath Dalal, and the one who founded it. And so now they have campuses around, like in Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Goa, Kochi, and this.
What are the courses you have?
So we have fashion design courses starting from 1-year diploma to 3-year degree course affiliated by Bangalore University, 2 postgraduate diplomas in fashion management, fashion communication, and this. And then we also have interior designing on the similar formats, like from 1-year diploma to the postgraduate. And then we also have like some short-term courses on photography, on styling, on makeup, and things like that.
Are there a lot of takers for the makeup course?
Yeah, they are actually. In fact, some of the students who are pursuing their postgraduate or maybe the undergraduate also take these short-term courses for makeup.
In Netflix these days, there is a makeup reality show, no? So I was just wondering, this is another whole world, no? Yeah. But there's a lot of skill and aesthetics and materials, and so it's quite a good, interesting kind of space. Yeah.
It's
And
like
also,
an art in itself. I mean,
yeah.
Amita, I'm actually looking forward for your presentation because it's very interesting. I mean, and actually, Mr. Chitra was also mentioning it in the morning because we never thought of dentistry as a practical and the difficulties that would have gone around during the COVID.
Yes, I
It
mean,
would be very interesting.
When we came across this conference, we were quite, interested to join in. And I'm happy that the organizers also let us in. When I saw the list of people, I think I was the only one out of the field. But then it's good. I listened to all the talks in the morning and it was very interesting. It's actually a pleasure to listen to something which is different from your own field many a times. So it's
Pitambar, next time if we do another version of this, we should call people from medical colleges, where the idea of the studio, the lab, all of this is something worth exploring, and for us to listen to each other is a wonderful thing.
That's true.
Yeah. And even the performing arts, how do you teach dance? How do you, where the
Absolutely, yeah.
body is
Theater,
into, yeah. And doing and making is involved. It'd be fun. So the person who is in charge of the IT services at AUD, his earlier job was in Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences, where he set up the whole IT department for doing robotic surgeries and beaming it to other destinations, to 18 countries, so that when his colleagues would be doing all these very intricate surgeries and also robotic surgeries, it would be beamed as teaching kind of resources to people sitting all over the world. So that whole space was also quite something to think about. Sangeeta, you're unmasked now?
Yeah, because somebody's sitting in my room.
Okay.
Okay.
That is why. I told you we are working from the university, so.
We'll give a few minutes before we get started, isn't it, Suchitra? It's about 2:29.
Yeah, maybe a couple of minutes.
Yeah, people should be joining now.
So, Suchitra and Pitambar, I wanted to tell you, I look at the number of participants, which is just a small number. Even in the morning was 30. And a lot of my students who were co-writers on the paper, they were trying to come on to the, they were trying to join Zoom, but could not join Zoom. So since there's so much of space available, can we do something about it?
Why couldn't they join, Sangeeta?
They said that it was just not accepting their request or something like that they mentioned. So about 4 or 5 of them were there, but the remaining 3 or 4 were looking through the YouTube.
That's strange, because unless it's 100 participants already signed up.
I know that. I'm just bringing, I'll tell them again to log in if possible.
Yes, please ask them to log in. I mean, we had plenty of space for.
Exactly. So
I'm surprised that they could not.
So can I also tell other students who might be interested?
Yes, please do. Please circulate the link is going to be the same.
Yeah, I'll do that.
We will anyway sending out another link at 8 o'clock tonight. After the conference is over. Once more, as a reminder to all the.
But that will go only to those who have registered. So if they have not registered, they can share the link and come in.
Yeah, they'll register. Yeah.
No, even if they haven't at this moment, they can use the link and come on in. I or any one of the co-hosts can just admit them.
Right.
Isn't that right, Pitambar?
Yes, we can do that. They can just share the link. You could just forward what you received.
No, I've already forwarded it to them. They will. Okay.
I'm really surprised that they couldn't get in, because you see sometimes then the server may be overloaded, so they have to quit and then start. Also, that there have been problems that this app, Zoom app, is corrupted on the people's laptops, and then it doesn't allow them to do it.
Okay, I'll tell them.
Please start.
Okay. Shall we start?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll trickle in very soon.
Yes. So let's get started. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. And those who are joining first time this afternoon, welcome. We have only one session this afternoon, so we can be a little bit flexible with time, I presume. We have 3 presentations, and I just wanted to so we have Ishi Srivastava from Pearl Academy and Amita Lewis from Mahe, Manipal, and then Shrishti Singhal from JD Institute, Bangalore. So just a couple of guidelines that presenters, you limit yourself to 12 minutes, but as I've said that since it's the only session that we have, we could be a little bit flexible. For the participants, mute your audio and send in your questions through chat, or wait for the discussion to start at the end of all 3 presentations. And then, you could ask your questions orally. To ask a question, either raise your hand, or suppose if there are not sufficient people who have raised their hand, and then you can just ask questions. Unmute your audio and video before asking a question, and then just state your name and your affiliation, and try to be brief in your questions so that we give maximum time for discussion and then a maximum number of questions. Okay, first we'll get started with Isha Srivastava, who's on the art of styling on the virtual studio. Okay, Isha, you can share your screen and then go ahead.
So, is my, okay, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, so thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody before I start for this opportunity, and I'm really happy to be here and honored to be here. So thank you very much. I am Isha Srivastava from Mumbai, and I teach at Pearl Academy in School of Fashion in Mumbai. And my presentation is talking about how when the pandemic started and when we all moved to, within a week, we moved to, it was a shock for all of us, and we moved to online teaching formats. But because we all know I teach fashion and fashion styling and image design, which also involves a lot of, for example, styling for advertisements, costume styling, theater. We do a lot of styling for different kinds of, like even photo shoots for brands. But when the situation came forward, we were all wondering, how do we speak to our students and how do we actually make sure that everything is delivered to them as it would be in a normal situation. So the art of styling, and I'm going to introduce this by, sorry, it's not, okay, there. By starting with Shankaracharya's famous question, which is what next, and what next. And I do want to say that every image that I have on my presentation is not by me, or it's all student work. And I wanted to share that because so I start with this because for us as creative people, it's never enough. We always keep asking, what is it that we can do next? The pandemic happened and the lockdown happened. And we were like, what next do we do? And with that question, we went ahead to explore different options and opportunities. And I do want to say that I know, however, it wasn't the same, but I think this pandemic has actually brought us new challenges and has given us ways of creativity that we never thought we would be able to achieve. So I'm starting with the virtual classroom. And the classroom is actually our studio, because for us, most of us are not just stylists, but also artists, also creative thinkers, also image designers. And for us, it was important that we make sure that our virtual classroom is not just a classroom where the faculty is speaking or presenting and the students are listening. We wanted to have a more interactive approach towards making it a studio where there is a lot of interaction, participation, and there is a lot of learning in terms of experiential learning also. So we wanted to change the format, and we wanted to make sure that the digital classroom is no longer only presentation based. So with that, I will want to talk about the 5 aspects of learning. And with that, what did we do to achieve the outcomes that we did? So the first one is participation and ideation in the virtual studio, where we wanted to make sure, because for students, it's tough to have 6 hours of online class and to be there on their laptop. And when we say in creative fields, especially, it's important that they step out and observe and see things around and then apply, especially something like styling, and where it's a collaborative teamwork. Even when film stopped and theater, it was difficult to understand how do we get that into the classroom. How can they create and style shoots, come up with concepts in a situation like this? So to encourage participation and ideation, we started with the LMS, the learning management system called Blackboard, and we wanted to do a lot of mind maps and brainstorming. So here is the first thing that we started off with classes, where we spoke about brainstorming. We got in things like classroom discussions and debates. So I have a screenshot of one of my class where we discussed about what is a campaign, and everything that we see written around is by students. So this was an activity to do, and this we keep doing to make sure that they're engaged. And it's difficult to, like I said, to sit in front of a screen for a long period of time. And the collages that I have here are at the stage of ideation, when we started our classes, and we wanted to make them think. We wanted them to think in ways in different ways and thinking out of the box. So we actually asked them to collect newspapers, magazines, whatever possible material is there at home, and we actually created like a studio experience where the faculty and the students, we all sat together to actually do collages and share it on screen to show what have we've been creating in 2 hours of class. So this is some student work. Students were over here, they were exploring concepts of identity, gender, secularism. There is a color board over there where students were trying to understand perspectives. This is all student work, and they've done all of these explorations in classroom. We had a lot of interaction, and then we discussed about how every element talks about gender, what was the idea. So this was participation and ideation in the virtual studio. I'm moving to the second one, which speaks about repetition and visualization. Repetition is a very important aspect of learning, and the whole idea that a student should repeatedly get the chance to improve, that was one thing that we wanted to work on in the virtual studio. Again, everything on my screen is completely done by students. Visualization is very important for an artist, even if he's painting a canvas, writing a poetry, or styling, or creating a designing an image for a brand. So I have examples of student work right from students who picked up art movements and history and created concepts for a magazine, and they actually planned and did a couple of shoots for the magazine. So these were visualization techniques that we spoke of, where we wanted to talk about how what is in our mind, how do we put that into visual form, and how do we imagine, because we can't do mock shoots and we can't step out. So what do we do? So here's where we worked a lot with softwares like Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, Premiere Pro, to understand that imagination can be limitless and they can really do a lot even if the lockdown is there. So the first example is a mood board that a student had created for a magazine that she was working on, and she compiled a magazine, and this was all around after the lockdown happened. Then an example from a student who designed a collection for SBI, and the color chips and the illustrations all done by her. Then an example of a project that they did where they were designing clothes, and if Cipla had a fashion brand, what would that brand look like? Then I had a student who actually wanted to make a film for her final project, but because of the pandemic, she couldn't. And she actually did a mock film at home, and we did a lot of creative exploration techniques where she shot herself and then she compiled it into a film. And I have examples of her location board, character board, costume styling, color board, where all students went out to explore how can we really visualize and graphically represent the ideas that we have in our mind. Because I believe it's really it's very suffocating for creative minds to not be able to express, and that's why the visualization techniques actually help them to express whatever was there in their mind. We also actually motivated the students to express their emotions in different ways through the projects. For example, a lot of students felt demotivated, or sometimes they felt, because of the whole pandemic and the situation, there was a lot of everybody, I think all of us felt a little anxiety with everything happening. So we wanted to make sure that they actually express these emotions through these creative techniques that we did in the virtual studio. Okay, the next one is my third aspect of learning, component of learning, which is relevance and application in the virtual studio. Here, we spoke about how I have the ideation, I have the visualization techniques, but how do I apply it and how do I take it forward, especially for a styling student, an image design student who would actually be collaborating with a photographer, makeup artist, to come together to create a shoot, which they generally do on location, on set, or even in a studio. So these are examples of some shoots and some things that, like some styling shoots that they have created at home, which I think was quite interesting, because with with the whole situation and with the kind of circumstance that everybody was going through. So they actually managed to create a lot at home with using themselves as models, editing techniques, visualization techniques, and in the end, I think moreover everything. So even if we see the products that are designed, like the pendant, all of it is created by students at home under the lockdown. And then we see the brilliant image design, and we see the hoodie and the way the ad is created for Nestle. Here again was a project where they had to come up with a fashion brand for non-fashion brands like Nestle. And so they did a lot of exploratory techniques, like even makeup. So we see a shot of a student who's explored interesting makeup on herself. Very symbolic image design in terms of using symbolism. And then we see product styling, we see product design, we see some students actually style themselves and created a whole backdrop also. So it was quite interesting to see students explore makeup, styling, product design, space styling. Some of them also actually did shoots at home. Most all of it is done at home, but they style the whole space also, like we see on the top right. And yes, I think it was when we started discussing, and I remember because a lot of students had the concern about how they are going to be able to express what they visualized, but they were brilliantly able to translate that into visuals by using multiple creative ideas that we started coming up with, that how they can actually, using themselves as models, come up with such brilliant shoots. And then I'm moving to transference and innovation in the virtual studio. So the whole idea of the fact that a lot of students were graduating, and they were always thinking about the fact that whatever they're doing should be actually transferred to should be transferable to actually practically or practical application of it in the industry, or they should be able to get internships or jobs or work after the pandemic. So most of it we did work on. So most of the projects were very well planned in ways of making sure that they have an outcome like a magazine and a portfolio which they will be able to present. And most of it also focused a lot on innovation. So it was a constant effort to make sure that the virtual studio is not just, like I said, a classroom, but also where they come, explore, discuss, debate, talk, share their work, have a peer review, peer feedback. Also accompanied by a lot of other creative elements like music. Like I think most of our classes, we also have exercises that connect to musical mood boards where we play music and we understand the sensory perception of how senses would actually make an impact, how playing a song. And I've had most of my students say how playing a song at the beginning of a class actually sometimes motivates them and also lifts up their mood. So we try to do a lot of creative exploration, and and I always believe, and I think innovation, especially right now, is very important when we have so many challenges and restrictions. So a lot of students worked around innovative editing techniques, innovation in art and design. So the one image that I have on my left, again created by a student, exploring art movements and contemporary fashion. And so a brand like Balenciaga and artists, and how it was a combination between art movements and fashion today. Then I have a student who played around the whole idea of storytelling, again a very important aspect, on working around the concept of memories and how we're all trapped inside our memories. So she explored with the cassette reel and then editing, and she wanted to show the kind of memories that play in her mind. The one on my right is again from a student who wanted to explore the whole idea of feeling empty, and it was a jewelry shoot. So she shot the pearl necklace otherwise, and then it was edited and mixed up with the image. So it was so this is how we were trying to work around innovation in the virtual studio, and we wanted to make sure that students more, because I think it's very exciting for them to create, and to create in a way that is innovative, and it's not just picking up something from the internet and just probably changing it around, but doing something that belongs to them, that they really connect to, that they have a personal connect with, because it motivates them to do more. And in the virtual studio, we also focused a lot on feedback and reflection, which was super important, because I think students really were always looking forward to the fact of coming to class, having those discussions, having, of course, learning with fun, but also sharing their work to have an understanding of how they're progressing. So we made sure that everything is in a very progressive manner, and they learn the whole idea of reflection, like looking back at what they had done. So we keep asking them questions, like in fact in today's class only, I think I was asking them questions about what do you feel, does this make you happy? Because it's important for every creative person or every person to feel happy with what they're doing, and to reflect back and see and analyze what could have they done differently versus what have they done really well, and what can they actually do better. So these are some examples of the final outcome. We've been actually also exploring with a lot of interactive social techniques, like using Instagram or using Pinterest or using blogs, to make sure that the students have a different format of submission and feedback. So the virtual studio also had like, these are screenshots of their Instagram pages, which they made for the final submission that they had to do. This is work by first year students of styling. Here they spoke about a lot of political, economic, social theories, and they created book covers, they created shoots, they did products shoots, they did flat lays, and they also did a lot of social issues through makeup, hairstyle, clothing, to express fashion activism. This was all about how fashion can be a powerful tool to speak about a lot of things that really bother us. So they picked up issues that mattered to them. So on the one on my left is again, and then the final presentation was on their Instagram page. And we had a jury and a feedback session, and they spoke about their work. But I think this was a very interesting exercise, because students they understood capitalism, communism, and they took their own. So like I always feel that it's good to, of course, give them the necessary knowledge, but it's also important for them to start thinking in their own way and have a say in everything. So these are examples of feedback and reflection that the students, through their work, they exhibited at the end of the semester, and we had a jury and they shared their reflection. And with this, I just want to end my presentation by saying that these last 6 months, I think, have been an example of how creativity goes on. And I truly believe in this now, because with the whole situation, the kind of work that we've seen come out of students and from us is also brilliant. So I think creative minds can really find a way out of every situation, and creativity goes on. And that was the presentation on the virtual studio, and all work done by students. Thank you very much. I hope I have completed my presentation on time. Yeah.
Thank you, Isha.
Thank you.
Okay. If you stop sharing, then Amita, you're going next. And we are really looking forward to hearing from a totally different perspective about your experience of teaching online. Yes, we can see it.
Right. So good afternoon, everyone. I come from Manipal College of Dental Sciences, Mangalore. I'm Dr. Amita J. Lewis. And I was quite excited. In fact, we were quite excited to hear about this conference. And we thought we could add some inputs or get some new level of experience by attending this conference. So I would like to thank the organizers once again for giving us an opportunity to present at this forum. So what I'm going to present is on online teaching and assessment modalities for dentistry in COVID times, and more specifically, a little in detail on the student perspectives. Now, since I come from a different field, the Bachelor of Dental, I'll just give a background about how our curriculum is based. Now, this Bachelor of Dental Surgery is a 5-year undergraduate program in which the first 2 years are mainly preclinical, in which we teach the basic sciences, and then the next 2 years, the students transition from the preclinics to clinics, where they get to work on the patients. And the last year is a compulsory internship, wherein they learn all the skills that they have developed in the past 4 years, and they can work on their own on the patients in a total clinical setup. Now, this Bachelor of Dental Surgery is governed by the Dental Council of India. We also have guidelines from the UGC and the NAC. And time and again, we get inputs to modify our curriculum. So in 2017, we have incorporated the outcome-based education system for our dental students. Now, these governing bodies also expect us to help the students in their holistic development. So we need to train the students in soft skills, as well as incorporate newer methods of assessment. Now, the Dental Council of India prescribes a designated number of teaching hours as well as the syllabus. And based on what they have given, we have developed the outcome-based education for the dental students, which is based on the Bloom's taxonomy as well as the Miller's pyramid of taxonomy. And this is got the different levels of cognitive skills. So we need to assess the students based on whether they have reached achieved particular goals or outcomes. So that is what this outcome-based education is about. Now, all these things have been incorporated into teaching by the student attending the classes regularly, and we take lectures for the students. We have blackboard teaching. The teachers may use PowerPoints. Practicals are conducted mainly in cases of pre-clinics. The students are taught based on problem-based learning or case-based learning. And in their clinical practice, they have to deal with the patients. Now, before 2020, all this was meticulously planned and everything was in place with the student coming to college, the lectures being conducted by the faculty, the clinical work going on. And at the end, throughout the year, we had the summative assessment in the form of 3 sessional examinations that were conducted at stipulated intervals of time. And finally, a university exam is conducted, and finally, they are based on their marks or ranking, they would be promoted to the next academic year. Now, with the onset of COVID-19, we were totally caught off guard, and like everybody else, were challenged. We were wondering what to do. So we had to maintain the continuity of teaching and learning while facing the threat of extended closures. So this was what pushed us academicians into online mode of teaching with little preparedness. So it was a sudden transition from a classroom-based teaching to the online mode of teaching. Now, when we talk about the online mode of teaching, there are certain requirements, and based on how we transition, I've just put in some of the requirements that we had to really look into. The first one was the resources. We needed a proper platform, a software program through which we could deliver the content to the students, and also proper backup or support personnel in case we encountered some kind of technical glitches. So resources were required. Second was staff readiness or staff preparation. Now, none of us were used to the online mode of teaching. We were completely used to classroom-based teaching. So we had to be trained individually, and the staff had to be involved right from the planning and implementation, the creating of the student IDs, all these things, along with the IT people. We had to be active participants in this entire process. Not only this, we also had to have a proper communication between the staff, the students, as well as the IT people, to see that everybody's names are incorporated, something is not mixed up, the batches are not mixed up. So all these things had to be done behind the scenes. Student accessibility was another thing, is another important issue. Whether the students have a good internet system, the bandwidth based on the software, right? The kind of software we use, whether the students can access the same, whether they require more bandwidth for it, all these things had to be thought of. Another very important factor for online mode of education we felt was motivation. The student online mode of education is more of student-centered learning, for which the student has to be very well motivated. Unlike in a classroom where we get to see the students, we get visual cues which are missing in case of online mode. Now, we at Manipal College of Dental Sciences, Mangalore, transitioned through 3 different software platforms. Now, initially, when the lockdown began, it was just all of a sudden. So we had the earlier online lecture capture system, which we were used to. So this was a software program that was used in the classrooms to capture the normal lectures, and that would be recorded live, and then the students could visualize it later on. Now these software personnel, they provided us with the initial online platform, followed by which that was for a very limited period of time, and following which we transitioned to a second type of platform, which was user-friendly. However, due to security issues, we had to discontinue it. Finally, we have moved on to a third platform, which is easy to use. However, when we talk about online lectures or online teaching, if we need to see that the students are able to access that content, even if due to some reason they cannot attend the class. So manual recording of these classes had to be done. So it was not automated as compared to the other software programs. So this is how we transition through 3 different platforms. So when we were conducting the online classes, we had to look at both the theory as well as the practical classes. As faculty, we had to be trained to utilize all the different forms of tools that are available online. So training of faculty had to be done. Scheduling and conducting the classes was another issue that we were facing, that that the exact schedule be done. It has to be conveyed to the students. The IT people also have to know about it, so that the software, it can be used at the right time. So scheduling and conducting was also one of the issues. And another thing is technical glitches cannot be avoided when it comes to online mode of teaching. So we were dependent on a third party for all these technical issues. Now, when we wanted to see how the students felt about this online mode of teaching, so we conducted a survey which included the first years, the second years, as well as the third year and final year students. And we had a total of 293 students who answered the survey out of 409 students. Now, we had put forth various questions, and based on that, we can see that the quality of content, the technical support based on ID creation, the logistics, the 2 softwares that we use, the initial 2 softwares, most of the students were relatively satisfied with it, and very few of them were dissatisfied. But if you can look at this, the audio quality, right, the yellow is the dissatisfied portion. You can see that the audio quality, many students were not satisfied with the audio quality. So also with the scheduling and organization of the classes. So we received quite a few feedbacks about the audio quality, probably because of the connectivity or the internet issues. Now, when we came to the academics, we saw that in relation to completion of the syllabus, most of the students felt that this online mode of teaching was fairly helpful, but it was not as good as a classroom teaching for understanding the concepts. So they felt that understanding concepts is better in classroom than the online mode of teaching. Now, in case of dentistry, a lot of practical handwork is required. So though the theory classes were provided online, and the students felt that fairly good amount of theoretical experience was possible through the online classes, majority of the students felt that for practical experience, this is just not enough. So like I said, dentistry requires a lot of handwork and technical work. So the manual dexterity is what is required. So for all that work, the online classes did not help us much. Finally, when we posed a question as to whether the students would prefer online education or a classroom reading, majority, that is 73% of the student felt that the online classes could not replace, or they cannot replace, the classroom teaching. So the understanding of the concepts, the learning, the interaction is much better in a classroom. That is how most of the students felt. And whether it was difficult for them to attend the online classes, yes, we received a variety of responses there, with a few people finding it extremely difficult. Some people spoke about their need of having to share the devices with their siblings, so they were overlapping teaching hours for each of them. So all these were the technical difficulties that they faced. And not only that, there were internet issues, especially when there was a cyclone in West Bengal. The students who were there, they could not attend the online classes at all during that period of time. So all these were the difficulties that the students faced. Now, there are some weaknesses of, or some drawbacks of this online teaching and learning, as we came across. One was one, we can say we were totally inexperienced when we started off, but now, yes, eventually we have slowly incorporated newer teaching modalities. One thing that is really missing and we miss out is the absence of visual cues. We cannot look at all. We have 100 students in one batch of one batch. So we cannot look at all the 100 students at one time on a screen. Whereas in the classroom, it was much easier to look at the students and get the visual cues as to whether they have understood a particular concept or not. Another important thing is the environment at home. How the student or the faculty is at home influences the learning and teaching outcome. So the complex environment of at home may either improve or may hamper the learning process. And especially for us, for our students who are in health sciences, practical learning is really suffering because there's no hands-on experience. We are right now treating patients only for emergency purposes, and students have not yet started with any of the clinical work. So clinical work really suffers. Now, this online type of education has brought in automation in assessment. So not only should we be just delivering the lectures, it is interesting to incorporate a lot of automated assessment tools like Kahoot or SurveyMonkey, Hot Potato, Zoom Pool. So all these could be incorporated into our normal classes just to keep the students engaged. Or else, like I heard in the morning, one of the students saying that if you just mute the audio and switch off the video, nobody knows what is happening behind the scenes, whether the student is actually engaged or whether the student is up to something else, nobody would know. So if we make it a more of an interactive session with students participating in all these automated assessment modules, it would be really beneficial. Formative assessment could be in form of open book exams, It could be by giving a topic to the student, asking them to research on it and come up with a poster, a mind map, or just a case discussion. A theoretical case is presented to the student, and then they discuss what the problem is, how it could be treated, what are the different treatment modalities, what is the diagnosis. All these things could be discussed. And similarly, presentation of seminars and discussion. So the assessment modalities could be based on all these factors. Now, what could be the way forward? We felt that active blended learning is what should be incorporated specifically in these health sciences. Now, this active blended learning comprises both of synchronous and asynchronous teaching. When we are talking about synchronous teaching, it is the real-time online teaching, wherein we are talking to the students using the online tools real time, like how I'm delivering this lecture, this talk right now. So we have videos, we could have simulations, case discussions, and all these things in real time. And asynchronous is without real time interaction, wherein there's a discussion forum and probably you post questions or assignments and project works, and the student works behind the scenes and comes back with some important feedback. Now, what needs to specifically be done in terms of online education is, first and foremost, proper adequate training of for both the faculty as well as the student. Online mode of teaching cannot be done or delivered in the same way like that of a classroom-based teaching, since the kind of visual cues are lacking. So we need to develop specific content for this online mode of teaching. Like we need to have videos, texts, PDFs, which can be easily accessed by the students either before the class, which could be given to the students a day or two prior to the class, or after the class, so that they can prepare accordingly and then listen to the real-time teaching or the synchronous type of teaching. Develop skills for the faculty, not just about delivering the content online, but utilization of all these online tools. Online tools have to be to utilize it. So the faculty have to be trained to utilize these tools. And assessment should be both formative as well as summative. Formative is when we have it over a period of time by putting in small assignments and grading them accordingly over a period of time. And also, of course, summative, which we have been following for quite a period of time. Now, to conclude, integration of technology into education is increased, particularly during these COVID times. Now, with the new generation of we have a new lineage of learners who are so tech savvy, and it's quite understood. I think this online mode of education is here to stay, may not be completely, but yes, we will have to incorporate it into our teaching. So we need to brace ourselves to the newer teaching modalities. I'm sure many of you would have seen this forward. The bridge over the river Choluteca in Honduras is a perfect example of what happens if we can't adapt. So this bridge was built by the Japanese architects because in order to have a strong bridge that wouldn't succumb to the hurricane. But nature has its different ways. The river changed its course, and instead of flowing under the bridge like how it was, it followed a different course. So though the bridge was strong, it was still completely useless, right? So that is how we should adapt ourselves. So it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. If you would stop sharing,
yes,
Shrishti can take over. Okay, Shrishti, go ahead. Shrishti, you're on mute, I think.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Before I start, firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us an opportunity to present on this platform. And so the topic that I would be presenting today is exploration within limits, a shift in the fashion design education. The closure of the institutes worldwide to the COVID-19 pandemic has created significant challenges for the entire global higher education community. And in terms of the fashion education, when we talk about even including the world's most renowned colleges, they still maintain an approach in fashion design teaching, which is rooted deeply in the whole manual skills of drawing or illustrating, be it paper pattern making or even draping on the mannequins. But since maybe the tools of communication over the past decade might have become digital, but the creative process that a designer graduate still remains resolutely manual. So, but since the onslaught of the COVID-19, the fashion educators and the students have been forced to radically rethink their approaches and change their ways of teaching, studying, and even reading things. So, in the past few months, the majority of the fashion schools across the globe have embraced various teaching methodologies, and we have seen various new innovative formats from virtual open days to 3D learning softwares to virtual fashion shows, giving the graduating batch an opportunity to showcase their collection. The learning softwares like Pro 3D and Optitex, which were optional for many courses in fashion design, now had gained momentum during this time. Even the students who never preferred or maybe gave much importance to this particular software as compared to the manual pattern making and draping have now even going for some extra courses, specialization courses for these softwares. But when we see on the other hand, and the restricted availability of the resources which is required to actually teach these technical and skill-based modules in the fashion design courses have been very challenging for the educators and have also led to a make it work approach. So therefore, the presentation brings forward some of the personal experience and also some of the alternative teaching methodologies that have been adapted at our institute for these practice-led modules and the learning outcome of the students during the lockdown. To start with, I mean, like we all have been discussing and we even have a web conference format now. So some very easy, accessible video conferencing tools like Skype, Zoom, Google Meet, and Google Classrooms were explored to conduct the classes online, but depending on the nature of the modules which were being conducted. So the design process module, which happened during the lockdown, which specifically requires more of one-to-one feedback to the individual students on the process that they have been following or the concept that they have taken so that we can give them feedback on all the samples or the work that they have been doing, which initially was very difficult for the faculty to give the feedback online. So we tried various other things, but like with the strength of 25 students, I mean, it was very difficult because the work was not physically available to assess. So we tried a very simple, I mean, we asked the students to upload the work on the drive because on the drive, we had a feature to actually highlight and give individual comments, which somehow worked for us. But the positive side, if we see to this, was also since the feedback which was provided to the students, but not so elaborate as compared to the physical classes that we have, it also led to the students to also take ownership of their work and reflect on their own. Even some of the softwares for sketching and conceptualizing, which were not taught to these one-year students, they had interesting. And the other interesting outcome of that we could see during this module was also that the current pandemic and the changing lifestyle of the people had a reflection on the concepts that were picked up by the students for their design process. The concepts like self-cleaning, multifunctionality, temperature regulation, these were some of the concepts which were explored by the students. Here we can see an example of one of the students' work who took inspiration from the self-cleaning mechanism of a shark skin, incorporating it into a home textile, which could be quite relevant in the times to come. Moving on further, I mean, when I talk about classes for hand illustration module, initially, I mean, this is one of the module which has to be done manually. Initially, the classes were kept on hold for most of the batches. But with the extension of the lockdown, we were left with no other option, and since we also had to complete the course, so we again tried various methods. How can we conduct online classes for a module like this? So initially, the faculties recorded their own videos in their time of them doing the illustration and sketching and explaining the students, and those videos were shared with the students during the classes for them to work on. But somehow it didn't receive a very positive response from the students. Firstly, it wasn't that engaging for the students, and also they were not able to understand by just sharing of the video and when the faculty was not present with them. So one of the faculty explored, with taking a tripod, as we can see in this picture, tripod and a mobile phone, and with Skype on the mobile phone and tripod, arranging the level by using various notepads and diaries, and then giving a live demo session online to the students. So this somehow received a positive response from the student, because of course even students had no other option. But yes, so this was one method which we tried during this time. But the other challenge which was there for this particular module was also the availability of the basic stationeries which are required to sketch and to draw, which was not available, and most of the students were not also able to arrange during this time. So this further led the students actually exploring with various sketching apps which were there, like Procreate, Adobe Sketch, Sketchbook, which were on the tablets and even on the mobile phones by using the stylus. Because since most of the students, which we also saw that most of them were not even having their laptops when they had to all of a sudden go to their hometowns. So, have easily accessible apps on their mobile phones was something which most of the students were actually trying. So the tools which were available in these apps also motivated them further to experiment with various techniques and incorporate them into their sketches. Even the styling students had built engaging visual narrative from the objects which were available at home by using their own mobile cameras. The models, the props, the backdrops, and the themes were all arranged keeping in mind the limited accessible resource that we were having. So, most of the time that we have seen that the students, they plan to have a perfect models for their shoots, but we also saw, they also realized that styling clothes on their siblings, and we had some students have even styled their clothes on their models. They also realized that how styling on real people actually made their concepts much more stronger. So as we can see, one of the students' work, which is captioned "All materialistic things don't matter here," expresses how the crisis have made us realize the importance of small things in life and rediscover ourselves. So when we talk about the surface embroidery module, which is again a practice-led module, which it includes learning various types of hand stitches, which are used for decorative and both functional purpose for a garment. Again, for this module, we also tried recording of the video with the faculty doing it and sharing with the students. Along with it, we also had a live demo sessions on Zoom with the faculty actually doing one by one each stitch, and the students used to do it in the class. But the non-availability of, but the lack of availability of the muslin patterns, the threads and the needles which were required, also led the students to actually explore with some of the interesting leftover fabrics, and not only fabrics, even some unconventional materials like rags, like plastics. They had cut small sequence out of the plastic material, and which was used by the students to explore and learn the technique during this time. Even the non-availability of the textile dyeing materials also forced the students to dye materials using alternative home utensils and the dyes which were made out of natural ingredients using neem, tulsi, turmeric, fruit peats, iron, nails, etc. So some of the students actually even came up with some of the recipes of their own for dyeing, with natural dyes having antibacterial and anti-allergic properties. Moving on to the pattern making and the garment construction module, which is completely technical and relies on the tools available in the campus, was completely restructured. The module, which is still taught with quite a conventional approach in most of the colleges, actually transformed drastically during this time to adapt to the online medium. Various methods were experimented with the faculties across the batches, but for the students to realize, even for the students to realize their patterns on the 3D learning softwares, a basic understanding of the pattern making was still required. So, I mean, the whiteboard feature of the Zoom was actually explored. Somehow the faculties were able to sketch and explain the pattern as we can see in this picture, and to explain students more visually as to how it can be done. Moving on further, we also saw in this module like how instead of the full-size patterns which were usually made before, we were asking them to make more of 1/4 scale patterns and manipulate, and rather than making a full-scale pattern for be it a bodice or a skirt. So, and even instead of usually what happens is a faculty shows them a sample of a seams, how it's been there in the garment. The existing garments were shown by the faculties to make the students understand the different type of finishes, the seams which are given in the garment, which also made them actually realize and look back to their own wardrobe and see the finishes and the seams in their existing garments that they actually have. Moving on further, I mean, the adaptation of developing 1/4 patterns also, if we see, it also reduced a lot of wastage as compared to the regular pattern making classes, which usually happens. So this is a studio that we can see with the pattern making and the amount of wastage which is happening over here. And the lack of availability of the muslin fabric, on which usually the students actually try out the sample once the pattern is being made. During this time, it actually urged the students to collect their own discarded clothes at home and cut patterns on them to execute the various samples, as we can see here. So to end, I mean, therefore, the ingenuity required to complete the course during the lockdown has prompted both the faculties and the students to think outside the box and beyond the curriculum. The current hardship have been seen more as an opportunity than a challenge for the students to challenge their creativity towards aesthetic expression and human spirit that is adaptive and transformative in nature. So if you can see, I mean, the few examples that I just explained, you can see how the interlinking of technology and the limited resources has had a very significant changes and adaptations to the new age of learning. This crisis has actually made the waste and excess more visible to us, thereby giving us the opportunity to make sustainability as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrishti. Thank you very much. Now it's open for questions and discussions. I'll just start with the first one. It was really fascinating, I mean, especially from styling and as well as fashion technology and dentistry. These 3 different disciplines which really require personal interactions and being physically present while teaching them the skills, and then as well as so that they can appreciate the materiality of the objects that are being used in that. I just have a question to all 3 of you, that how did the students react? What was the student perspective? Because their expectations must have been very different than what they got in the last 4 months.
Yeah, I'll just start. So
yes,
yeah, so students, in the beginning, I will agree that they were very scared. Like we actually had students come up and talk to faculties who they bonded with to say that, we don't know that whatever we do, how acceptable will it be even in the industry? Because the question was that how once we graduate, and especially students who were in the final year, the major concern was that how will our final project actually live up to the level that we would have done otherwise, achieved otherwise. But however, it was that was the beginning was a little challenging part, but eventually when they started to experiment and explore, today they are very convinced, and I can say that because today they know that no matter what, even if today in fact they're doing some collaborative projects with a couple of other freelance designers and startups, but they are able to believe that they will be able to achieve great outcomes. But in the beginning, to make them realize that was a challenge. But that's what in the beginning, in fact, we had a lot of time that we spent with the students, not just in class, but off class hours also, to make sure how they can do. So we got a lot of examples, but but the journey now, once they've learned and seen the outcomes, I think today they are really happy, and they feel motivated to come to even class. So today, yeah, I think it was a journey and it was a process, definitely.
Shrishti?
Yeah, I mean, just to add on to Ishi, because I completely agree, because both of us, I mean, have experienced the similar things during the lockdown. Of course, I mean, initially the students' reaction, they were quite hesitant to, particularly all the theory modules, they were quite easy, but with all the practical modules, because they have that okay, the pattern making needs to be done manually. That's the concept that they have in their mind, because these softwares that are being talking about now are being taught in the institutes for really long, but the students themselves were not preferring these softwares when as compared to the manual studio hours. They were more for these because they really wanted to stitch themselves. So initially, of course, the students were quite hesitant, I mean, when we talk about it, but then gradually when we have taken them through the entire process, I think even they were suggesting some innovative ideas that could be incorporated, I mean, that during this time, because they also had the urge to learn and finish. And interestingly, I mean, I also noticed like how, I mean, various interesting methods were tried by themselves. I mean, we never used to, I mean, we didn't instruct them this time. I mean, we have been for quite long that go for sustainability in particular that we say, but now because they didn't had any resources, they were not able to go out. There were so many restrictions. They themselves were trying these things, which were quite interesting to see from a student's perspective, and how they are also realize, I mean, the self-realization that has happened during this time, which was interesting. And something that I noticed on a personal level that I didn't mention, I mean, the attendance. I mean, in the regular class, I mean, that happened with me personally, I'm not sure. But then as compared to the regular physical classes, I saw much more students who were not attending on a regular basis, the college, were actually present online, which was something, I mean, I was expecting the opposite when it comes to attending physically, because students also always enjoy coming to the campus. But that was, I mean, interesting. Yeah.
Amita? You're on mute, I think, Amita.
Right. Like I also discussed earlier, dentistry mainly involves a lot of handwork. So the initial first 2 years of practical work can be done with the help of videos. We have sent out the videos. For example, in the first year in dental anatomy, they have to carve each and every individual tooth with the help of a wax block. So they need to know the anatomy of each tooth. They have to carve it with their carver, and that is their practical exercise in the first year in the subject of dental anatomy. So that work they could do by looking at videos to some extent, but it is not as good as with having a teacher next or a facilitator next to the person and exactly showing them there as to how to do, because it is intricate work, and unless the student is seeing it on a one-to-one basis at a close proximity, it becomes difficult. Yet we have prepare content and sent it out to the students, and they feel it is quite good, and they are learning with the help of it as of now. But definitely it cannot replace the classroom based or practical based education. And clinics, of course, there's something that is really clinical work is really lacking, because we need to have the students to work on the patients. So once they finish the 2 years of preclinical work, they have to work on patients. So once that cannot be done with the help of online. So we don't have a solution for it right now. So eventually, I think when they finish the theory, they'll have to come back and get back to their practicals as and how time permits. So that is how it is.
Okay. Are there any questions, comments? Yes, Sangeeta.
So for fashion and textiles anyway is a very hands-on and output-based education. But dentistry also, which is a very hands-on education, and also other programs like at the university, we also have a pharmacy program, and a lot of their work happens looking under the microscope or to do formulations or whatever. I'm I don't know if I'm correct in my assumption, but somehow in India we lack a DIY culture. Like, the time I spent in Europe, I found that almost every house has a toolkit. So they can, if something goes wrong with plumbing, they can do it. If they need to set up a cabinet, they can do it. In India, we don't have this tradition as a um, as a way of life for most urban middle class families. And maybe the time has come also that our basic toolkit for a DIY toolkit also for professional education doesn't have to be just the digital tools and the stationary tools, but also needs to have a kit which you have at home. And you can create a makeshift like that's why in my paper I also said, and which will be a reality, that very inexpensive 3D printers will be in our homes very soon, where students will be able to, so even dentistry students will be able to do things with the 3D printer and whatever are those other. I think somebody needs to start working on in this area also, because like when we were thinking that we want to teach students, say for example wood joinery, but where would they go? And at home, they don't even have a chisel or a hammer to do things with. And it's not very difficult to build a basic DIY toolkit. So maybe the culture will have to also start moving towards that.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Somebody wants to comment?
Yeah,
Yes.
So thank you so much for sharing that, because that was something I had attended. Just adding to that, I completely agree to that, because no matter I myself teach online digital softwares, but however, I know that what the hands can achieve, only the hands can achieve. But I attended this conference in Goa, which was a social design festival, which focused on how design can be a solution to so many social issues that we are actually facing on an everyday basis. Over there, we had developed this idea, and this is still in this is something that we are working on as a team. But an idea of how craft, for example, we can have DIY kits, and this of course starts from, I think, in terms of our schooling systems also, if we're talking about academics, like actually encouraging students to understand not just the thinking aspect, but also the feeling aspect in terms of doing it yourself kits. So that's something that got reminded of the thing that we discussed in the social design festival, and that was a thing that everybody spoke about. Can actually help students to learn, and it can be a part of lifestyle. But yeah, I think that's something that I would really like to think about and go back. But also with fashion and textile, we can, I think, totally do something like that. We do, however, have sent some kits to kids this semester, with styling students, for example, experimenting with things like the tripod and photography. And we want to take them off screen to try and do other stuff. But yeah, but that would be great. I think that would be a great thing to work on. So thank you for that. Yeah.
Any other questions? So let me just ask you in terms of your experiences, because this is an issue that came up in the morning session as well. So as teachers, so you had asked earlier with regard to the students' experience and then how they reacted. They seem to have reacted quite positively. But from teaching perspective, as teachers, how did you find teaching online in terms of working from home and trying to make a balance between the work that you need to do at home and then as well as teaching online?
For me, I think it was great. I have myself surpassed and done stuff that I would never have the time to do otherwise. As a faculty, also, we need to keep growing and do a lot more. I've done online courses, done myself, created a lot of artworks, created an Instagram page. I've started something else, started doing a lot more. So for me as teachers with online teaching, it was a little overwhelming in the beginning, but it's an amazing experience. Definitely, I would say, for me, yeah.
Can I ask something?
Yes, Jatin, please go ahead.
This is to Dr. Lewis. In fact, I found very interesting insights and also recognition of the fact that we are nowhere near what needs to be there in order to replace what was pre-COVID with online transaction of education. So I think that's something which is very heartening. Otherwise, we tend to revel in our suffering. We have to call a spade a spade. One question I had was, how do you deal with diagnostics? Basically, that's something that, of course, as part of dentistry, students need to learn. And unless you see the person in physical presence, how do you understand issues that deal with certain conditions?
Yes, I completely agree to it. When coming to the theoretical part of it, for example, if you are talking about any kind of pathology, any kind of a lesion that occurs in the oral cavity, when we are teaching the theory part, of course, we will tell them how that lesion would be put up, how it will be. We show them all the pictures, how the presentation would be. But unless they see a patient with a similar kind of a condition, for example, it could be a patient who is simply reporting with pain, a tooth pain. They need to diagnose what exactly the cause of the pain is, whether it is because of if it's because of a periapical lesion, whether it is because of some kind of a cyst. So all those concepts, though they'll get a theoretical experience, practically they have to have the patient, they have to see the patient. It's only then they will get a complete knowledge. That is what we have felt. But of course, we have been giving them cases like we just post assignments in the form of a question, possibly like these are the symptoms of a patient. This is what the patient presented with. The patient had a swelling, or these were the symptoms. So what do you think the differentials could be, or how will you arrive at a diagnosis? So we have been trying to do these kind of things, but it is acceptable only to a particular extent in health sciences. That is what I personally feel.
Is there any development? Because nowadays the whole idea of medicine has gone beyond what you call geographical boundaries and physical presence. So a lot of cases get referred to beyond geographical boundaries to experts, and experts do come back. But my own experience in dentistry has been quite different, because the diagnostics which came about through virtual online kind of sharing of pictures and all that was completely wrong. In fact, ultimately, I had to take my daughter to a dentist who said, no, that is not what it is. There is no what you call cavity. That's what it was assumed it would be. And it was something else. So this is something which can go wrong. On the other side, I think there have been fair amount, I'm talking about pre-COVID, there has been fair amount of advancement in terms of consultations beyond boundaries. Are they coming into education in some way to help?
See, what I was talking about, having this online mode of is only for teaching. When it comes to diagnosing a patient, it has to be looking at the patient itself. So as of now, we have limited our work only to diagnosing emergency cases. Whenever there is an emergency, only then that patient is treated. So the elective kind of work is not yet done in dentistry, at least in our college as of now, because we come into, there's a concern for a lot of aerosol generation, especially when there is probably a caries, when you do a cavity preparation. There's a lot of aerosol generation. So that is quite a bit of a risk. So we have not yet started with elective procedures. So it is only emergency procedures. So for diagnosing a patient, definitely we cannot base it completely only on taking pictures. What I was talking about was in terms of teaching the students.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jatin. Any other questions?
I had a small observation, and that was about, this at least I am thinking a lot about it only in terms of a very short term kind of, we have to get over the next 4 months, or maybe this time next year it'll be okay, and you know, this will pass, and we perhaps will go back to our former modes of teaching. But today in the conversation, it looks like we may stay with many of these things that we have begun doing, you know. And yet the credibility of our students, so for example, if this goes on for a very long time, or we are now replacing some kind of video tutorials of diagnosis or something like that, it will raise questions about the professional capabilities of a person who is educated in this manner, right? Would I trust a dentist who has done 2 years, or you know, 20% of the course is all through pictures and videos, something like that? I don't know whether we are a little concerned about those sorts of things. Like for example, there are many students who go to learn medicine in Uzbekistan, you know, in Russian they do medicine, and they come back, and when we think of this, they may be perfectly capable, but there is a residual sense of not being able to trust that education. I mean, do you fear those sorts of long-term kind of?
Can I answer that?
Yes, please.
Yes. As of now, I think we have only concentrated more on the theory-based teaching for the students. We are hoping that when the students come back, we will be able to start with some amount of simulation work on the models that are there, so that you know, they can get back to their handwork. We will have to wait for some time, at least till they start with their practicals, clinical work. But I think that will also start. I don't think it is going to be possible for them to move to or pass out without the clinical handwork. That wouldn't be very acceptable in health sciences. That is my personal opinion. We have to wait to see how the higher authorities or the Dental Council of India comes up with the regulations. As of now, we have just moved to the next academic year with just the theory classes, and whenever the students come back, we go back to the practicals, and then they will start with their they will finish that academic year exams, and then they move forward. So it's not that we have totally stopped the practicals. They will have to do it, without which they will not be able to move forward.
And something which I think are models of institutional framework for education. Obviously, they would be visualized as something which is a more significant advantage to the institutions. Like what's happening in schools now is they're doing with some teachers. Because they're saying that, well, something which had to be done over 5 sections of the same class actually now it required 5 teachers. And with online mode, you don't need 5 teachers. You can do it with 1. And same thing could happen when Design Institute has an intake of, let's say, 300 students in foundation. So I had to break up that 300 lot into maybe 7, 8, I don't know how many sections. But even online kind of situation, I don't need to. Maybe I can do with 2 teachers instead of 7. Now, these are some of the models which are very likely to evolve. And even if we get back to a post-COVID scenario, which is, well, almost similar to pre-COVID, I think some of these will be picked up as an advantageous position, and they will always be shown as virtuous. There's something the companies have actually started looking at, infrastructure and offices as wasteful expenditure. And they say, why have offices? We work perfectly well, without a physical infrastructure, which up till now was unimaginable. Now, these are some of the things which are there. On the other side, of course, we do not know what institutions are going to commit in lieu of the infrastructure in which they invested, and that was that. See, all private institutions, not all, predominantly the private institutions, what do they promote? Most of the institutions don't have, let's say, long list of very elaborate list of distinguished faculty to promote. What they have is air-conditioned classrooms. We have fantastic cafeteria. We have, very glossy, grand building. We have beautiful workshops. So whatever can be bought with money, and put together as something which can be visually shared to potential what you call students, and that's what was the strength. Now, in absence of that having any value, at least for some time, I wonder how education is going to be promoted or institutions are going to be promoted. There's very interesting questions which are going to come up now.
Yeah, Sangeeta.
Our university, there are already discussions on this, because what they are saying is, so when you have a university which has about 10,000 students, then real estate is an issue, meaning space is always, because every year you're opening a new program. So one of the things that the discussion is focusing on is that for a lot of theory related courses or concept related, meaning theoretical courses, can happen online, and students come in either to work in labs, workshops, for when they want to have brainstorming discussions, tutorials with teachers or interaction with teachers. So they're already seeing that as a trend that will come. That's one. Second is, which I think if institutions and universities are pro people, then when students come to study from another part of the country, the parents spend huge amounts of money for hostels, for travel, and all other such paraphernalia. So when students come, if they have to study for say 10 months in a year or 9 months in a year, if 3 or 4 months of the education can happen online, and then that which requires a physical being on a campus with teachers, with fellow students, and with equipment and things, then what could happen is more students could be taken into education, expenditures could come down for the students to pay for their higher education. So for example, there's so many aspirants to higher education. I'm seeing this particularly in engineering. In design, we still don't have, because we don't have those kind of numbers, because like on the university campus, I see that a lot of students in engineering come from very humble backgrounds. The parents are actually taken bank loans, they've taken collateral on their, I mean, they've put their land on mortgage and things and sent them for higher education. So a good fallout from this could be that those who don't have access to come to institutions of higher learning, the online platform can open up possibilities for them. And I think as teachers, we really need to look at it and not make higher education very exclusivist.
Yeah, but I think the flip side, Sangeeta, would be that they will have limitations in terms of the kind of house, home they stay in, the kind of locality they stay in, the kind of access they have.
So
both
those are, Jatin, those are operational details. We are looking at a conceptual model at the moment.
Comparing
So
money, that's why I'm saying. This also is about money, because I think if to do what I can do in an institute which actually provides me that elaborate infrastructure, I'm paying for that, which I can never in my dream with my capability. Even if I have money, I cannot recreate.
no, one is the infrastructure, but then there is also the cost of living, and those are all additional costs which are there.
I agreed, right? But the reason why somebody goes to a space which is physical is because of a lot of other things. And of
So
course,
one is not saying there's no going to a physical space, but instead of being there 10 months of the year, you may be there 5 months of a year. So,
you see, I think that
Sorry, please go ahead.
beyond the the administrative rationality and the challenges that the students and the teachers have faced during during this, but this pandemic has actually revealed systemic problems. I mean, since the fundamental contradictions that are there in the society vis-a-vis, if you take it in education, these things, the great emphasis on the privatization of the education, and then which is driven by, even though it's supposed to be not for profit, but is driven by the profit motivations. And once that these kind of challenges are posed, and immediately you see the hollowness of the system. Okay, and then because it has led, most of them are driven by tuition money that is paid by the students, and then which has led to by either going online or stopping them from collecting fees, has revealed huge kind of problems. And I think that it should be, I think, conversation, and probably may not in this forum, and then as well as in other forum, we'll have to take it into beyond just a sphere of education, and then start looking at more as a systemic problem, and then see that what kind of interventions can happen.
I had another point of view or a thought which was occurring to me, and that is that while I see what Sangeeta is saying, and I think that things could move in that direction, I think we must also remember that, as some of the student presentations pointed out, that people come out of the home to learn for a variety of reasons. And if a lot of the work is home based, then people with more cultural capital are likely to do better, because you have a home environment which is conducive to learning. But if you belong to you're a first generation learner or some other kind of situation, coming out of that situation and actually getting access to that kind of cultural capital is also a role that education has played historically. So, I mean, somewhere both of these things need to be balanced out. The other thing I was reminded of was some time back in AUD, in our university, we were thinking of a department or a division which would work on developing teaching learning materials. You know, working with teachers. How do you teach history? How do you teach literature beyond the classroom lecturing, especially in the social sciences, since ours is a social science university? And perhaps many teachers need assistance on how to develop the materials, and perhaps specialist programs like dentistry or medicine may need. I mean, I can think of very interesting collaborations between your dentistry school and a design school to develop teaching learning materials for you, you know, which could be thought of creatively and afresh. And maybe this will be an occasion for those kinds of collaborations, was another thought that was going through my mind.
Maybe there's a potential for gurukuls to return with a couple of people on a 1 acre plot, having 100 students in the middle of nature and learning things along with life, so to say.
They also have to learn dentistry. You know, sitting in a
You have decentralized facilities which can be shared. So you'll have not private workshops, but you'll have shared spaces. You'll have shared infrastructure.
Yeah, when
Will not have infrastructure.
When Sangeeta was mentioning DIY kits, I was thinking of Community Science Center in Ahmedabad, where a science center was visualized in the middle of the neighborhood, so that all people, and not just people in school, could come and do scientific experiments. You know, so you had all the equipment, the test tubes, the microscopes, and you could build a scientific temper. And so a DIY kit at home could link up to community-based learning centers where all these equipments could be there and you could go and experiment. And, you know, so
the government already has a word for it, Common Facilities Center.
Oh,
which doesn't work. I think what Sangeeta is saying may actually open up new kind of kits in stationery shops, and a lot of these things are very easily available in the West. You know, where You can buy those things, including pieces of wood and all kind of sections, simple tools, etc. Some of these, unfortunately, are not available in India. You really have to struggle to get some of these things. But certainly, that has a huge amount of potential for people who want to set up a small, 5 feet by 5 feet workshop in their home, so to say.
Yeah, they have to have such a big home also. But
That's
yeah,
true.
the point is
5 feet by 5 feet.
Yeah.
It can wind up also. It can be something which is a kit like a ratia, like the what do you call the charkha. It can be just collapsed and packed up after you finish work.
Yeah. Shemal seems to have something to add.
But
No, I was
it
just
is
saying
actually,
5
it's
feet by.
important for us to, it's important for us to, when we are looking at DIY kits or, community centers and then etc. It's important for us to look at focus on the social differentiation, such stark, gaps that are there. And then Suchitra, you brought out is saying that, even in a middle class home, you may not have the sufficient space in order to be able to have these.
I don't have sufficient space. I have all the tools that one can think of, but I don't have space to work.
That's true. So
just about have space for our own, lives, so to say.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that because maybe actually these are becoming this may be the opportunity that the administration may be looking at, kind of, more stark differentiations, and then opportunities available to only certain sections of the society, and then the rest of them have to depend on poorly funded public education.
Kemal, you want to...
sorry, go ahead. I get you.
No, I was just thinking about the 5 feet by 5 feet. I was just like, that's actually a bigger space than the bathroom that I have right now. So that's a luxury. That's definitely a luxurious space. But and then the community center that you were talking about in Ahmedabad, that was actually a very invaluable tool for me when I was in my grad school, because there were so many things which my college had one of the best infrastructures. CEPT is known for its infrastructure and the kind of facilities that it provides, and the workshop was there. But then when you were working on interdisciplinary projects and collaborations, having that science center and having it accessible really helped. But definitely I'm very provoked by what Sangeeta is talking about, in the sense of maybe we can have a hybrid model as the new normal. But yeah, I mean, even having a hybrid model is definitely a privilege. Like I think a lot of students, especially my students from minorities, do face very harsh domestic environments, and education, like for me, has been a great place where I could explore alternative and just break out of the same shell that my family structures believe in. So I don't know, what do we want our education to do then becomes an important question for me. Like, are we thinking about education as a skill that we're imparting, that okay, they will know design processes and they'll know these processes and they'll know these things? Or are we sort of, as places, as institutions, what are our ideals for existence, then becomes something to think about.
But Shemal, I think that it's important, when you say that if the models are going to be, hybrid models that are going to be emerged, one has to see that where does this hybridity comes from? Where is it located? Is it located in the administrative rationality of maximization of or efficient uses of the spaces, or is it driven from the perspective of education? There is, how do we optimize, and how do we in fact improve our ways of reaching out to the students and then instructing them?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But in my experience, it's mostly driven by administrative models of maximization, because all of us are facing crunches. Like, all of us have resource crunches in all our universities. Government funding is really low, especially for what they consider as fringe education. So for design, which is a privileged subject to study, then how do we manage resources is a very difficult question to respond to.
There is an observation comment from Samira Mudgal. She says that in a speculative design project, we are looking at future workspaces and their architecture, which is similar to DIY toolkits. These are DIY spaces which can be set up easily in open areas and then wrapped up.
There are the maker spaces which have been coming up all over in cities, though, which actually are supposed to be doing something similar.
So basically, it's a trend study which is talking about in an architectural field that we need to look at spaces in the transversality of their uses now. So shops and showrooms and all these places which are going to be shut off are going to have to come into use at some point. We're sort of looking really far away, like 20 years or something, or 30 years away. So it's not very immediate, but it's completely speculative. So we can take tips for the current movement. That is the kind of purpose. This is what we think should be done for utilization of spaces that are already not working. And for new spaces that are coming up, we are guessing this kind of a approach to architecture is showing in trends.
Okay, on that note, shall we close for this evening? I think the people have to get to classes and attend to their domestic responsibilities. Thank you very much. Shishti, Amita, Ishi had to leave because she had a class to attend to. Thank you very much. This is really thought-provoking session, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. We'll send out the links again to all the people who have registered. Please pass on the link to the students. If they have not registered, it's all right. We just wanted to keep track of how many people are joining. That's why we asked for registration. But if they have not registered, it's fine. The students just send the link to the students and they can join. We have about 100 seats and we haven't filled them today. Okay. Have a good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Would Suchitra,
Yep.
Misbah, and Samira stay back?
Yep. I was also about to say that we should stay back and just have a small chat.
Yeah, Misbah, I think, quit. Where is Misbah? I'll just call her. Misbah is just joining back. I need 1 minute break.
Yeah. Hi, Misbah. We thought we'd have just a small chat.
Okay, I'm back. Misbah, you need a big ringer.
I don't know what to do now.
That makes a lot of noise.
I'll play it again. Wait.
No, use one of those big ones, telephone, no?
Those
Old telephone kind of things.
It wasn't too bad though. I mean, nobody really exceeded, except perhaps the last session. On a bit.
Yeah, that's true. And then I was tracking.
Yeah.
Amita had gone to about 20 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
But then Shrishti finished exactly on time, so we could make up.
Yeah.
Even though we started
and then to have somebody from dentistry, you can't just shoo them off and say hurry up, you know. You feel like they have some guest-like status, you know, amongst at least I didn't want to kind of
I know.
Though I was a bit disappointed with her presentation.
Yes, indeed.
I think they need some social science backgrounds around them, you know, so they'll start looking at their own discipline a little bit differently.
That's true. I mean, it was very generic. It could have applied to any discipline. It need not be any specifically to dentistry, what she talked about. You know,
I think what she could have figured out that they just do not have a way to replace the diagnostic and the clinical, and so they don't intend to do it. So it's after everything is over, they'll come and do practicals. Basically.
I mean, we don't want them to do it either, isn't it? I don't want to be treated by a dentist who is learned online. You know?
So
we'll have to ask them to show the certificate.
The transcript actually, which was done
online. Yeah, that's right. So they'll have to display the entire thing on them doing that. So we started off, I thought that we started off very strongly in the morning. And I think that, you know, it's pretty good. Afternoon tapered off. I think many of them went to classes. Because most of the institutions, except for Shrishti, I think all of them have started classes, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think only the people who are presenting stayed on kind of.
Yeah.
Or those who are completely jobless, I mean, workless. But it's okay. I mean, I don't think we are going to have very even sessions.
That's true. I think that Saturday we'll get larger numbers, I'm presuming, this being a weekend, or tomorrow, you know, probably we'll have more numbers.
So on Saturday, I have to go off for that conference. There are supposed to be questions posted on pre-recorded presentations.
Okay.
So far, our panel has no questions. So nobody's paying any attention to our panel in that conference. So anyway, but most
in
of
any case, we'll cover it. I mean, I don't think that we have
mostly I'm away in the lunch break.
Okay. So we haven't faced any difficulties. Only thing is that we need to send the
YouTube
send a link.
Again.
YouTube link. You'll have to you will generate and send it to us.
Yeah. So I will
Then Misbah will send out. Misbah, I've just posted it. There are another, I think, 5 or 6 extra registrations that are there. We'll send it to everybody. Then same text, but just add one line saying that please share this with your colleagues and students.
And there is no need to register anymore.
Actually. Yeah, there is no need to register anymore. They just need to, you know, share the link and then they can join.
Okay.
Okay. And what do we do with the record? Where can we download the recording? Do we want to put it up and then say this is the recording that's available? And
but it's got all of our chatter also.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
that
right
has to be.
Now, all this is being recorded.
I know it has to be edited. But no, we can't keep it up without editing.
No.
And okay, we'll see. So probably we'll not do it now. We will.
Yeah, and maybe we'll need to take a call on whether it's worth putting up.
Putting it, that's true.
First morning 2 sessions were good enough perhaps to put up. But this afternoon was like so. Either we put the whole lot up or
we just don't do it.
Feel like having an editorial role because, I don't know, doesn't look good. So, you've frozen, Pitambar. Samira, Misbah, anything that occurs to you to look out for tomorrow?
Not really. I'm just concerned about this alarm thing. Could you hear it clear enough?
Try now. Try now.
It was very, very faint.
Yeah, very faint, and then nobody paid attention to it. They thought it was background noise.
Exactly.
So did you? This is good.
That's because nobody's speaking, no. So when the highlight is on my block, then my audio will be loud. This is the volume it was playing at throughout. But when another speaker, if you're
what you should do is that you should cough and then afterwards do it, or something like that. Something like that, so that you call attention to your thing.
So now, say something so that your blog gets highlighted.
Okay. Yeah. So so we need to send out the link in the after we get it. Yeah.
That was loud.
That was loud. How was it? Because you did not. Where did you put it on? Did you put it close to your? Are you wearing earphones?
This is exactly no. I didn't wear earphones throughout the session, and this was where I placed my phone also.
Maybe you should get a different kind of a ring, but it just rings only once. But don't be so gentle.
Does it happen if screen is being shared or something?
No, I don't think so. Okay, let me put some.
Try sharing your screen and talk loudly or something.
Okay, let me try one thing.
Okay, I'm sharing. Okay, so tomorrow's sessions are, we start with 3 people from, yeah, that was fine.
Okay,
I think it's
this. Can you hear this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I could hear her alarm when I was trying to read from tomorrow's program.
It has to be something loud. Old telephone. Can you hear this?
Still faint.
Really faint?
Yeah.
Faint. Okay. Strange.
Because this is the loudest in the. I have to find another source or something like speakers.
Yeah, do you have a bell?
I think it's not that. It's the fact that when somebody is presenting, another speaker's voice becomes perhaps compromised a little.
Really? I doubt it.
I think so. I have a bell. I'll just bring it.
Yeah, bring a bell.
I'll share the screen again and then try her bell. Okay. Okay, so this is day 2. And did we do this intentionally? We have 3 presentations from JD Institute.
No, Suchitra, we did not look at the institutional affiliation. We just put them together in terms of how they come together. And then later we realized that they're all from the same institution.
Yeah, so it's quite, I
Ring
think they
the
all
bell.
say similar things.
Mispa, ring the bell.
Yeah, so then.
Yeah, we could hear it very loud.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened.
But also you just did it only once, is it?
No, I did it thrice.
First time it comes well, then it fades.
Oh, that's the alarm only. It starts loud and then it fades off. So I have to do it thrice.
Okay, now do it like I'm talking whole session. Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah, it faded in the second one. Like the first one was clear.
First one was good. It faded. So unfading sound you should find.
This bell is fine, no? Then.
What if you clap or something? Does that clap?
No, bell. Bell is good.
Okay.
That bell is good. Only thing is that she should not stop it. She should ring it. Make sure that.
And I can
you're stopping it. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that 3 times we could hear it.
Okay. Then I'll use this tomorrow.
Yeah, use this.
Zoom doesn't have a kind of alert facility.
Can you see this? I said go faster. What is this go faster?
I think it means, I think it's a suggestion. If you can't make people go faster, it's a suggestion maybe for the presenter.
Oh, but it's just when I click that it says on me. Oh, okay. I don't think that.
Like a hand raising signal, if that would also come on you. I'm guessing.
Where does this clap come? Okay, so suppose we do something like this, will it help?
But how will it show? Suppose you do it. Why? Suppose you're doing the presentation. Suchitra, go back to your presentation. And
Normally, when you're presenting, then the window.
I think if Suchitra does it, it's going to show because she's the host. So even if someone is presenting, host will be the first tab anyway, I'm guessing.
But it depends, no, if while you're presenting, you don't want obstruction on your screen, you'll minimize everything.
You minimize the tabs. Okay. Yeah.
You won't be able to see that.
So we won't be able to clap and show it to her, na? With these emojis. Known, isn't it? Am I right?
She'll be able to see it only when she has this column on the side.
Okay.
But normally
Clap.
to get full width.
I clicked on clap. Can anybody see anything?
No, I can't see. I can see only
picture.
my presentation. I can see only my presentation.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you can't see it.
Okay.
I think it's.
Suppose you just interrupt me and say, Suchitra, 2 minutes. Will that help?
Okay, you go back to the presentation, Suchitra.
Yeah.
You do it.
So we'll start tomorrow with these 3 people from JD Institute. Then there's a mixed group of students from NID Shrishti and
Misbah, what happened?
Oh, I'm supposed
to interrupting
me. You're
me.
supposed to interrupt to say Suchitra, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay. So there's all of this tomorrow and I hope it goes on time.
Suchitra.
Okay. Yeah, you have to still be a little bit rougher because I can keep talking, na? ठीक है, let's.
Okay, Suchitra, 2 minutes.
Okay.
No, she wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I'll have to do it. I'll have to be the bad one. I don't think we can rely on Misbah to.
But just maybe we should look online to see if there is any alert facility in Zoom. Surely if it's a webinar meeting kind of software, does it have something where one could? The only other thing is to mute somebody, but that's not a warning.
No, that's too rude.
No, and it's not even a warning.
Yeah, it's not a warning. They wouldn't know that they have been muted. Okay. Anyway, so far we haven't faced any problems. So
yeah, it's okay.
I think because we kept 15 minutes now, Suchitra, in the schedule. So 12 minutes. So we're saying that, okay, you run till 14 and then, we can still.
Yeah.
Okay. So probably we'll worry about it if I'll interrupt in case.
I think if it becomes excessive.
Yes.
Because the problem for anyone who's chairing to keep track of time is because you're looking at the chat box. At least I was even admitting people and I was doing many things while I was chairing.
In the middle, I got bumped off, I don't know what happened to the internet connection here. I was off. And then by the time I came back, my entire chat got erased.
Achha.
Yeah, the chats are not staying for the entire session.
They don't save, no? They don't save, I think.
I think that's one of the research points that we can collect. Maybe it's going to be too expensive. So maybe the chairing people do not take care of the letting people enter, and
today I think our roles were not. I was a bit anxious that nobody should be left out, and that sort of thing. So. ठीक है, चलेगा.
Okay.
I can admit people and I'll keep time in case I can remind you a minute or 2 minutes before you want to interrupt.
Okay.
Yeah, ठीक है. I think there was no big calamity, except for only 30 people turning up.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that was going to happen.
110 registered, 121 now.
Yeah, so spread over 8 sessions, I think 40 people will be there, something like that. Something.
Average attendance, you're saying, 40 people.
Yeah, 30, 40 if we have, that's great.
Good thing. Okay, that's it. Anything else?
No.
We just have
I'll
to...
now get in contact with Mukesh, get the recording. He'll download it and he'll share it on some drive.
Okay.
So I'll get after that, and I'll get after a new YouTube link for tomorrow. That's it, right?
Okay, yes.
Follow up. And Misbah needs to mail everybody the new link. I'm sorry, the old link as well as the new YouTube link.
Okay, yeah. I'll do that.
Yeah. So, and I'll get back to you shortly about the new YouTube link.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
Yeah.
Okay then.
All.
Bye.
Bye.
See you all tomorrow morning. Bye.
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 हाँ मुकेश जी एंड हो गया, तो मैं यहाँ से एंड करूँ? हाँ हाँ अच्छा, और कितने देर में आप शेयर करेंगे लिंक? हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है। अच्छा, थैंक यू। और रमीश जी से कहना कि प्लीज कल का यूट्यूब लिंक भेज दें, तो हम सब पार्टिसिपेंट्स को भेज देंगे। हाँ, उसमें टाइम लगेगा क्या? अच्छा, ओके, थैंक यू।